Of St. Pete Beach to order. It is 6 o'clock on Tuesday, April 28th, 2026. Would you please rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance with us? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Clerk, would you please provide the roll call?
Commissioner Marriott.
Here.
Vice Mayor Robinson.
Here.
Commissioner Causey.
Here.
Commissioner Maldonado.
Here.
And Mayor Tate.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Wonderful, thank you. Before we start the agenda, I know we've got a number of people in here. I just want you to remind you if you're going to be speaking, we have rules of decorum on the back. I just ask you to look at those and please be mindful of them. First, I'll ask of the group, is there any proposed changes to the agenda?
Mayor, I have a proposed change.
Okay.
I would like to add the proclamation for the library's 75th birthday as item 2C and move item 2C, the capital improvement plan discussion, to 2D.
Okay, right. 2C becomes library's 75th birthday. Capital improvements becomes 2C, or 2D. Yes. Got you.
I have an item of discussion,
Okay, thank you.
and that would be code enforcement.
Others, Commissioner? Okay. Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
I move to approve the agenda as amended.
I second.
City Clerk, please.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
I second.
Lisa. Yep,
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Marriott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson.
Yes.
Commissioner Causey.
Yes.
Commissioner Maldonado.
Yes.
Mayor Tate.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. I think we have a number of presentations, and the first one is a presentation of the St. Pete Beach After School Program Good Citizen Award.
Mayor, Commissioners, City Clerk, etc. Folks, thank you very much for welcoming us to the meeting so I can present the St. Pete Beach Explorers Club Good Citizens of the Year. We run a capacity at 75 children in our child care program, and this year it was very easy for us to single out and home in on these two charmers. We recognize two outstanding children every year and bring awareness to the stellar children we have in our outstanding child care program. These children are chosen by displaying positive attitudes, willingness to help, going above and beyond to help the other kids and the coaches, and being good stewards of our equipment and our materials. We use this to spread goodwill to the kids and their families and shine a light on our superstars to the commissioners, the mayor, and the rest of our community. The recipients for this school year are Vivian Clark and Jeremiah Neal. They're both in 4th grade. So without further ado, please let me introduce our first good citizen, Vivian Clark. Vivi, come up. If it weren't for Vivian forgetting her sweatshirt every single day and me returning her sweatshirt to her every single day, I would think this girl was flawless. It's comforting to know she's human. We have been fortunate enough to know Viv since she was in kindergarten when her big brother, then a 2nd grader, was my first good citizen recipient. The Clarks are clearly doing something right. Vivian is a happy, positive child in this group. She gets along with everyone. When we ask for assistance from the kids with anything, Viv's hand is the first to go up and volunteer. She does whatever task we put in front of her, and some are really weird. And she does it with a smile and without hesitation. She's a very busy girl, going between Explorers Club, piano, swim, you name it, myriad other things. And her parents, her grandparents, and I have gotten this down to a science, getting her where she needs to go. We've done this pretty well. Anyway, Vivian always is available also to let us know how to do a better way of doing things. We appreciate that quite a bit. She isn't afraid to ask questions. She spreads her kindness and her steady, calming energy and her infectious smile to those of us in her presence every single day. Viv, thank you for your willingness to help, your great suggestions for improvement, your engaging smile, your happy disposition, and your ever-calming energy. It's absolutely a delight to be in your presence. Congratulations, and thank you for being one of our good citizens. Wait, we're not done. We got a lot here, girl. Guess you're staying, all right, here, and here's what if it weren't for the sweatshirt, you're standing next to each other.
Hang on, Mark, please. If you'll hang on. I want to come out. I want to if you don't mind.
So I have to take it off.
You don't mind? I'll join you.
Mayor wants to meet you.
One, two, three. One, two. Congratulations.
Jeremiah Neal is the other of the two recipients this year, St. Pete Beach Explorers Club Good Citizen Award. Jer? Jerm? I call him Jerm. Jeremiah, I lovingly call him Germ, came to our program as a kindergartner. He was a quiet, shy, almost timid boy, and he and I forged a wonderful relationship. He would talk to me incessantly while I was driving the school bus, bringing the kids back to the rec center, and I would know all about his day, his weekend, his family, whatever was going on. Jeremiah did not hesitate to talk to me about it, and he and I became like this. It has been my favorite thing. Then Jeremiah found Taekwondo and his passion. Jeremiah gained not only his black belt, but also strength and the quiet confidence he carries within himself at all times. Jeremiah will simply find things that need doing, such as picking up trash after the littles, moving tables around, pushing in chairs, picking up sporting equipment, returning it where it goes. He does this with little to no asking from any of us coaches, and he does it because he sees it needs doing. He doesn't do it for beach bucks, which is our little, what's it called, money? Currency, yes, thanks. See, this is why I have them. He doesn't do it for recognition. He does it because he knows it's the right thing to do. Germ, we love having you in Explorers Club. We're grateful for your help and your calm, cool demeanor, and thank you for being a wonderful asset to our program and for being this year's Good Citizen. He does not need me to hand him his sweatshirt every day.
One, two, three. Congratulations.
Thank you again very much for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was extremely heartwarming, and congratulations, Vivian and Jeremiah. Good job. Jeremiah, Germ. We appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for all your good work. Okay, thank you. Our next presentation is recognition of the employee of the second quarter.
Thank you,
Please, of the
Mayor
second
and
quarter.
City Commission. I have the pleasure tonight to introduce 5 of our superstars within the city who go above and beyond. Every day they come to work to serve this community. As I call your name, if you don't mind coming up, I'm just going to say a few brief words about you, and then if you can stand up here together, and the mayor and I will come down to present your certificates. So first, Ken Cosbob. Ken consistently demonstrates a positive attitude, strong work ethic, and a willingness to go above and beyond. He has taken ownership of the FOG inspector program, that's fats, oils, and greases, in case any of you were wondering, proactively addressing issues, maintaining compliance standards, and supporting both staff and the community with professionalism and reliability. Second, from the fire department, we have firefighter paramedic Autumn Kelso. Firefighter paramedic Kelso was lead paramedic on a cardiac arrest call. Her fast actions when arriving on scene set the patient up for a positive outcome. She also was instrumental in the successful rescue of a victim while working in the role of rescue swimmer on LM-22. She has shown herself to be a valuable asset to the fire department as well as the community residents and visitors. Next, from community.
So sorry.
She might have, yeah. Next up from community development, comments from.
Duty calls, thank you.
Thank you for your service. When I look at St. Pete Beach's 10 team commitments, I see Kristen Coleman in all of them. Her high performance and accountability is perpetually visible and undeniable. She collaborates across teams to solve problems on a daily basis. Her knowledge is broad and she shares it readily. Our next winner is Angela Pietris from Resident Services, the library. Angela played a pivotal role in the recent library reorganization, taking on the bulk of the heavy lifting and physical labor required to make the transformation successful. She demonstrated both her organizational skills and her strong work ethic. In our general admin group, finance, we have Michelle Curtis, who started at St. Pete Beach as a volunteer during the storm recovery and later applied and was selected to be a critical player on the finance team as the finance technician too. Michelle has been instrumental in implementing the new software, finance software, troubleshooting issues, creating standard operating procedures, and training employees on the system. Her commitment to accuracy and continuous improvement not only keeps things running seamlessly, it elevates the experience for everyone who works with her. I know, we're gonna miss out.
I'll take a picture of Counselor Vaughn.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I'm sticking with it. You what? I'm going for it. Thank you again, and congratulations to the employees of the second quarter. My understanding is the new agenda contains library's 75th birthday. Thank you. Oh, sorry. City clerk should have given you a moment.
Okay. So you'll.
Library's 75th birthday. That's,
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor, if you would like to read the proclamation,
Oh, my
and then we
goodness.
can invite the director and her staff up to receive it. Oh, just our director.
Okay. The entire proclamation. Make sure. Okay. All right. It's a little mouthful, so y'all just bear with me, please. So the proclamation is celebrating the 75th anniversary of the St. Pete Beach Public Library, and it's fairly lengthy, so bear with me here. Whereas the St. Pete Beach Public Library was founded in 1951 by the St. Petersburg Beach Community Club, and for 75 years has served the community by providing free and equitable access to the joy of reading, education, and lifelong learning. And whereas, since becoming a municipal library in 1957, the library has grown alongside the city and has served generations of residents, expanding beyond its traditional role to offer programs, electronic resources, and services that support cultural enrichment, civic engagement, and community well-being for residents of all ages. And whereas the library's 8,200 square foot building, construction in 1969 and later refurbished, has remained a welcoming community space, continuing to serve patrons even during its temporary relocation for renovations in 2020 and 2021. And whereas, as a member of the Pinellas Public Library Cooperative since 1989, the library provides access to a wide range of shared resources across Pinellas County. And whereas, the library staff, volunteers, and supporters have demonstrated continued dedication to public service and to strengthening the quality of life in St. Pete Beach. Now, therefore, the City Commission of the City of St. Pete Beach does hereby recognize and celebrate 75 years of outstanding service, dedication to lifelong learning, and meaningful contributions to the community by the St. Pete Beach Public Library. Thank you. Thank you. I think you signed this was right. So just okay. Oh, yep. Okay. Thank you. We signed it quick. Thank you so much. And city clerk should stay with me, or does it go with the librarian? It goes with the librarian. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Picture.
Oh yes. Okay, thank you. So our next agenda item, or our next presentation item, is a capital improvement plan public dashboard demo, I assume by Camden. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Camden Mills, Public Services Director. I appreciate the opportunity this evening to give an update on the public dashboard demo that we've been working on the last several months to be able to showcase our capital improvement plan and provide more transparency into the status of the projects that the city is working on. Before I get into that dashboard demo, I wanted to give a brief update on where we stand on our capital improvement plan through Q2 of this year. So that's January through March 2026. Right now, you'll see a bulk of our projects are in the design or procurement phase, but we are starting to move more of those into the active implementation construction phase. Currently, we have about 11 projects that are in that active implementation phase. And since last quarter, we have been able to close or complete 4 of our projects. That includes our wastewater lift stations pumps overhaul, the shuffleboard clubhouse demolition, resodding at Egan Park, and then a sewer pipe at Upham Beach. It is important to note we have one project that's on hold here currently. That was our 45th Avenue drainage project. We submitted some grant applications for that, and we were waiting on feedback for those grants before we progressed the design. So that's a project that we plan on moving forward into this next quarter. And then we have one project that is at risk and is being delayed. That is our 36th Avenue seawall replacement project. With that project, we are waiting Duke Energy to do their electrical line relocation before the city follows with their work. And right now, Duke Energy is coordinating with the Florida Department of Transportation to get the permits in hand so they can complete that. But overall, our goal, as we mentioned last quarter, is to move projects out of design into construction and then ultimately into completion. And then I wanted to give some updates on some of our higher priority projects that are underway here in the city. First of which is our wastewater pump station 1 on the north side of the island. This is the sanitary sewer lift station that conveys all of the wastewater off of the island and over to the city of St. Petersburg. Currently, we are in the major phase of construction here with the pumps, underground systems, the electrical, and the odor control. Those in that area would have noticed that the lift station has been on bypass, and a lot of the major equipment has been decommissioned as of February. And that'll be in place until about mid-June, when we'll be able to fire up our new equipment and get the lift station running again. Our schedule right now is to have substantial completion this summer in July. And then from there, the last bits of the work will be the generator delivery that's scheduled for October. So our plan is to have this project completely wrapped up by the end of the calendar year. Next is our wastewater system cleaning and inspection project. As you can see here, these are some of the updates on where we're at through that Q2. So as far as our pipe cleaning and camera inspection, we're about 85% complete with that throughout the city. For our manhole structures, we're about 72% through cleaning and inspecting those. And then our lateral lines that tie into the main, we're about 7% complete with inspecting those. I would note the images that you see here on the screen here on the left-hand side. This is a cast iron pipe, and what you see on the outside here, this is tuberculation. So that's iron oxide and rust that forms in that pipe over time. So our goal here would, and as you can see, that would limit capacity in the pipe. So we'd want to clean out that tuberculation and then come through later with a pipe lining as our repair for that. That's just an example of some of the type of footage that we review and see as we're going through and cameraing and inspecting these pipes. On the right-hand side, this is a map showing the areas that have been inspected to date. And what we're creating here is a risk assessment map so we can ultimately provide a condition rating on each of our pipes and manholes that we're checking. There is an industry standard and formula to calculate what that condition rating is. And at the end of this project, we'll have a published report that outlines all of the infrastructure, wastewater, and assigns a priority level and recommendations to either repair or replace. This image that you see on this hasn't been fully reviewed and vetted yet, but that will be something that's a final deliverable of this project. And then accompanying that is our wastewater collection system improvements. So as I mentioned, after that cleaning project, we'll have a good asset inventory and collection that'll guide our CIP program moving forward. But as we're identifying some higher emergency type items that need to be addressed in the short term, we're making those in repairs and replacements as well. So currently we have about $500,000 in purchase orders issued to our contractor Roland to do various point repairs and manhole rehab throughout the city. Some of these images that you can see on this slide here is some of the pipes, pipe work and point repairs that they've been doing. And then that manhole on the right, that was the manhole down on 4th Avenue in Paso Grill that was recently replaced. I'd also like to note that we have a wastewater system repairs contract that was out to bid. It just recently closed, and then tomorrow staff will be evaluating the proposals received for that contract. That will include structural point repairs for the pipes, manhole rehabilitation, and also pipe lining. So right now we do have contracts for the point repairs and the manhole, but the pipe lining we don't have an active contract for. So this will allow us to have all three of these services covered for a 3-year period with options to extend for 2 additional 1-year periods. And I would like to note we did receive 15 different proposals for contractors for this contract. So I think that shows pretty good progress in being attracting firms to come and bid on our projects in here within the city. Next, jumping over to our stormwater system cleaning and inspection project. So similar effort to the wastewater where we're cleaning the system, inspecting it with a camera, and then doing a condition assessment report that'll guide our CIP long term. The metrics that you see on here as far as progress, again, this is through March of this year, and I'd like to note that we are making some pretty good progress here, especially over the last month. As far as pipe cleaning, we've increased that from the end of March through the end of April from 23% to 38%. For our CCTV camera inspections, we've increased that in the last month from 13% to 21%. And then our citywide structures, we've gone from about 8% up to 19%. Originally, we were estimating to have this project completed in November based on our contract terms, but seeing the progress that we've had the last couple months, we're estimating completion around the August timeframe of this year. Some of the key issues that we ran into with this project is some of the tides and requiring to plug the outfalls, which just makes some extra efforts there to pump the water out of the system before we can go through and clean and inspect it. And then also the extensive barnacle removals at all of our outfalls. We do have some ongoing efforts here. Again, as we're identifying repairs or identifying the needs, we're scheduling repairs. We have about $200,000 issued right now for various collection system repairs throughout the city. We had a commercial diving services request for proposal out that just recently closed. We had 11 contractors submit proposals for that. And then we had a civil on-call construction request for proposal. That'll be used for a lot of roadway work and stormwater improvements into the future, and we received 5 proposals on that bid. And then next, I'd like to get into the public dashboard and show you guys an update on where we're at there. So first, this is our internal viewer map. So as you can see, we have different dashboards that we track. On the right-hand side is all of our various projects. If you click on a project, it kind of narrows down the focus of that. We have an editor view, which just shows the map, and this is where we can edit the different project boundaries that'll show up on the public dashboard. We have our table view, so this is where all the hard data is entered, and we try to update this at least on a weekly basis, but sometimes even daily. So this includes a lot of the project description, the funding, the timeline, the status, and then finally our Gantt chart. This is the overall project schedule, so we can track and make sure we're on time with what we had planned. So this is what we see city staff internally and the inputs that we input to publish this dashboard. Next, I'll show how we access the public dashboard. So you go onto the city's website, and at the government tab at the top of the page for the departments, go down to public services, click on that. And then on our capital projects subpage, we'll have a hyperlink there where people can get on and access the map. Currently, we have our adopted fiscal year budget shown on this page, but like I said, by the end of the week, we plan on having that hyperlink added there, and that'll be the location that you can access this public dashboard. And then finally, I'd like to show what the public's view of this will be, so when this dashboard is accessed. So on the left-hand side, we have various different filters, such as project status, strategic plan alignment for our strategic pillars, as well as funding source. And then we have a list of all the 53 projects going on in the city's CIP. And then we have a map view. This is similar to like a Google Maps type view. You can toggle it to be between this view or an aerial image. And then on the far right-hand side, that's where we have the more refined details for each of our projects. We'll include the project name, description, funding, and whatnot. If you zoom in on the map, it'll filter out and sort those projects by just the viewable area that's shown. So it helps you filter by location. And then when you select those different tabs on the far left-hand side, you can filter projects by the status, what strategic pillar they're in, or even the funding source. So in this scenario, if you wanted to see what wastewater projects that we had that are in design or procurement, that'll filter it down to just those 8 projects that fit that category. And then if you want to zoom into more refined details on a project, you just simply click on it on the map or over to the left-hand side, and it'll zoom in on that project location and then show more refined details on the right-hand side. So this is a living, breathing platform that will continually update. And as I mentioned, we plan to publish this at the end of this week so people can start accessing that and submitting their feedback so we can continue to make improvements to make sure that we're showing the information that people would like to see. And with that, I'll open it up to any comments or questions.
Commissioner Robinson?
So is that for the CIP year, per year?
Yes, it's just per year. So that's all the active projects within fiscal year 26.
I'm assuming you have one internally that expands past that?
Not in the dashboard view yet.
But you will, I would assume.
That could be
eventually.
something that we build out eventually.
And then I had a question in regards to the risk assessment. Is there a way to do anything on the storm drains as far as showing what has been done and where?
Yes, yes, we can show the map for that.
That would be great. That would be helpful because, and then I had a question. The 23%, or it increased to 38%, the number you're showing me is that 23%
That,
of 90,000,
correct.
right?
Yep.
90,000 linear feet.
Yep, so yeah, through March, we were about 23% complete, and now as of yesterday, we're about 38% complete.
Good to hear that, because that's a little, again, concerning for the fact that we are just, a month away, or soon to be just a month away from hurricane season again, and we're only 38% done. It would be great if we can speed that up in any form or fashion. And I think that was all the questions I had on that, I do believe. Thank you.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Maldonado?
Yeah, just many thanks to Mr. Mills and the team for coming up and getting this thing up and operational. It won't be perfect, so expect a lot of feedback, but thank you for your efforts thus far.
And I appreciate that comment, and it won't be perfect. You know, we plan on continually make updates, and we have that ability to, but I would be remiss, you know, I'm just the one delivering this presentation tonight, but our IT team has really taken bulk of the legwork to create this. Our GIS analyst in-house has done the coding to create this whole dashboard himself, so I think it was a pretty cool effort in-house, and then collaborating with our project manager in public services. It was a good team effort.
Thank you. Really good work. I have another question for you, please. You happened to, as you were demonstrating, you went into the Force Main 1, and I noticed it went on to St. Petersburg through what I assume is Yacht Club Estates, and the line went pretty far out there. Are we managing that piece of it, or just getting it off island in that particular project? Are we managing it all the way through the Yacht Club Estates, or just off island?
That what was shown on that map here, that's the existing pipe as it stands now. So if we were to replicate that same route, we would go through the Yacht Club Estates up to I believe it's 75th Avenue,
Okay,
or
yeah.
79th Avenue there.
79th.
If we were to go a different route, you know, that would look a little bit different. But what's shown on that map now is the existing Force Main.
But to be clear, our work includes going in whatever it takes to get, you know, in the current scenario, through Yacht Club Estates. That's our work to do. Is that what I'm understanding?
That would be our work to do. Yep.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Cam, and I appreciate your time this evening. And again, very good work. I echo that. Okay. Thank you. I believe our next segment is audience comments. City Clerk, are there general comments?
Lauren Moniz.
Just as a reminder to all, please state your name and address for the record, please, as you come up.
Lauren from Paso Grill. So 2 weeks ago, I had 2 detectives show up at my home. They said John Maldonado sent them. They wanted to chill my free speech at these public meetings. Here's the police report. You claimed, John, that my husband saying people will get what they deserve was a threat directed at you. If you really felt fear for your life, then why did you report it 3 days later? I would think if you really felt fearful and if it was a true threat, you would have reported it that night. And also, why didn't anyone else feel like that was a threat to them? And on the harassment side, you told the deputy that you field approximately 66 phone calls per week from me and Ron, 66 phone calls per week, and about 2 to 3 times per day to de-escalate things and to tell us to be reasonable. That's what the police report says. First, why the number 66? It's super random. I pulled my call logs from Verizon from June of last year when you became commissioner to March 24th of this year, which was my last phone call to you. And there was a total of 25 phone calls from me and none from my husband. And this is within 10 months of time. That is very different than 66 calls per week. And I'm pretty sure that false allegations to law enforcement is a crime. But maybe it's different for you and for others, since you all are commissioners and you're retired law enforcement. There could be some favoritism or selective enforcement and maybe a conflict of interest here. At your meeting, Cookies with Commissioner, you claimed that I was verbally abusive towards you. The video that a resident took with her phone showed zero verbal abuse. It also did not show the part when you charged at Ron with your chest puffed up and got in his face and said, "Are you threatening me, Ron?" Somehow that didn't make it to the video. And what happened to that part of the video? Was it edited out for some reason? And by the way, nothing we are doing is even close to criminal. So having a threat management team watching my husband and I is harassment and abuse of power under the color of law. On April 14th and April 20th, deputies wrote in the police report that they were specifically at those meetings for us, for me and Ron, watching to see if we were going to show up there. To the sheriff department, go get a real job. Stop using my tax money to intimidate me. It's absurd and, quite frankly, not legal if there is no crime being committed. Find the real criminals. It's not me or my husband. Life is easy. Tell the truth. And if you make a mistake, fix it with honesty and correct the legislative record.
Thank you for your comments.
Ron Vigneault.
Ronald Vigneault, Paso Grill. All right, so I'd like to be inspired by my local government, but I'm not, and there's reason for it. This is absolutely disgusting what happened to us after just expressing herself. And yes, we got upset, but it's normal to be upset. We spent $20,000 of our own money to help you guys protect us. And John, we were friendly. You came to our house, we hang out, we worked on that together, and it was very clear, and Lisa too, and other people that are gone. We worked together on this, and we were all aligned with each other. It's why we spend the money. It's why we help our own city with $20,000 of our own money, because we felt that was the right thing to do for all of us, including you guys. You live here. I know, Ralph, you don't live here, and you don't care about this city, you know. And this is something also that should be addressed. The lawyer of a city should live in St. Pete, in St. Pete Beach, because he would have a very different view on things. Now, I'm going to show the audience. This is an email that John wrote, and it says in it, you can read it. We're going to see it. Okay. So there's a lie there. You said, I looked at you and I said, John, you'll get what you deserve. You all know I never said that. It's on the video. You can look it up. You can go back and look it up. I've never said that. That's a lie that went to Ralph and other city officials. It's a bland lie. So, if we are not able to touch each other blandly and be grown-ups and discuss things, you know, it's going to be a hardship. You know, I don't want to come here and make these type of speech. I want to be inspired by you guys. I want to work with you, and we really need to reopen the dialogue. You know, it's not fair. We are taxpayers, and we pay a lot of tax, more than a lot of people here. You know, it's not fair to send the cops to our house, isolate us on something that was so clear. That motion, for everyone that doesn't know, John passed a motion, and 4 people voted for it. Lisa voted for it, Betty voted for it, and also, I forget, the previous mayor voted for it. It was very clear what John wanted to do. It was a 40 feet setback, that it was mandatory. It's written in tons of email that I've showed here. It was very clear, and Ralph overrides that. So Ralph is not the boss of the city. You guys are the boss. You guys got elected because we care about you and we want you to represent us. But we don't feel represented. We feel like misled. And Ralph has to be investigated on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Kurzman.
zoom in. They don't need to see my keyboard. Like really zoom in. John Kurzman, 80 Honda Way, and I'm speaking personally, not as a beach steward. So just some information. Mothballs are used by bird scientists to protect nests, not to harm birds. So here's something from University of Southern Florida, that mothballs are also used to discourage mammalian predators. They're usually scattered within 2 meters of the nest. This is the practice that was used by bird people, bird scientists. So before that, they used to use kerosene and mustard oil. These are environmentalists, but they used to use kerosene and mustard oil to protect the nests. Then they found out that actually attracted the foxes, so they stopped that. But it's important because, you've got to understand why people do something. Also, do you think that the people would use the mothballs around the perimeter if they thought that throwing them right at them and having them where they actually lived, that would have been worse? And, country music we just heard will make them leave. And that nest is 0.8 miles away, which at 85 decibels, which was what the Trade Winds event would have been, it would have been office level there. So if office level communication, scares away the birds, why go to the length of using an illegal substance? There's a few other things in here, but the question is, now that you understand this, people don't do bad things deliberately. They have to feel justified. They have to feel that it's worth risking humans because they're really doing a higher cause of protecting the birds. So, just have to think about that. I just also want to say that being pro, the event at Trade Winds does not mean you're anti-wildlife. And I'm saying this because I said some of this in social media, and it's very important that it's in the public record clearly. So, if, the birds of prey are like seagulls. Seagulls and crows and bald eagles eat the baby turtles. So are we going to accuse everybody who ever, helps a bald eagle or the seagulls? Well, I don't have time to go into that. And the beach ordinance, this is the most important thing to mention. At the earlier city commission meetings, we had said that, or the city commission had said that the process would be that after it goes to review of the committees, that there would be workshops. And given the large number of things that are being changed in that ordinance, I have to remind or suggest that it be again considered that this go to comment, because in 3 minutes, one could not address all sorts of things like taking away the commission's ability to ever approve fireworks. Flashlights have to be purchased turtle-friendly even in any time of year. The list goes on. So, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
I have no further general comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Next we move on to the consent agenda. Any commissioner that would wish to remove an item from the consent agenda?
I have a couple of questions/comments, I believe.
So why don't we remove that item if your questions are on there?
Yeah, I can go to action afterwards, right afterwards. Item B.
Item B.
Don't.
Other consent agenda suggestions? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda, removing item B and making that an action item post?
I move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
I second.
City Clerk, please.
Vice Mayor Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Causey,
Yes.
Commissioner Maldonado,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Mayor Tate.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so on to the consent agenda.
Item B.
Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended? Oh, we just did, didn't we?
We just did.
Yes, thank you, I'm sorry. All the way through. Okay, so now we're on to item B. And this item is now up for discussion, which is to authorize the city manager to execute a service agreement for professional engineering services with WSP USA, Inc. for the Don Cesar and Boca Ciega Area Resiliency Adaptation Capital Improvement Projects in an amount not to exceed $800,000.
May I request Camden Mills Public Services Director to come up and provide any overview or questions you may have?
Thank you. Yes, please. Thank you again, Mr. Mills. Ms. Robinson.
It's a large amount, and again, I'm kind of known for bringing out the large amounts and discussing them in more of an open format, especially for folks that haven't been inclined maybe to read the full agenda. But just wanted to bring up and bring out that this is basically to save a area of our community here from stormwater intrusion and flooding that they get. In the overall for the project, my understanding is the overall project, I mean, this is $800,000 we're looking at. What is the cost of the overall project or for those two areas?
So the project that we're referencing here, the Don Cesar and Boca Ciega area, that area was identified in a prior study that was done in the 2021. So that includes all the Don Cesar neighborhood, the Boca Ciega Isle neighborhood, as well as the Bella Vista neighborhood. In total, that's about 13 different sub-basins of drainage. Out of that 2021 study, the recommendations from that for those 13 different basin areas in those 4 neighborhoods was about $123 million. That was based on a high service level of 100-year 24-hour storm event, as well as assuming NOAA tide elevation of 5-foot elevation. So what this project is going to do is advance some of those concepts that were identified in that prior planning study and move it into the design. But with this as well is we're going to look at various different alternatives, model those, and then vet those through the community. So ultimately we can get buy-in on what that desired level of service is, what that anticipated storm event we should be planning for, as well as tide event planning for. So just based on those old 2021 numbers, it's about $123 million worth of improvements in these neighborhoods, which would include road elevations, more stormwater pipes and inlets, upsizing the pipes that are in place, or installing different pump stations.
I just want everybody to realize the amount, even though this amount sounds big, that the overall amount is huge. $123 million.
And we're hoping, we're prioritizing this area first just because it is one of the lower line in the city. But we're hoping that this type of framework can be used as a blueprint for future projects in different neighborhoods throughout the city, where we start with a planning level concept, get that into the design, run different scenarios and models, vet that through the community, get the buy-in, and then ultimately progress that into construction.
And hopefully help other communities in the same situation as well, which would be ideal. I just wanted to bring that up because that it is a big number, and it's something to discuss and let everybody know. This is only a small fraction of this. This is really just the design portion of it, in effect. And this will get us to, I believe, I've been told, shovel-ready.
This will get us for all of the 13 bases. They'll do a high-level analysis, so collecting existing data, survey, environmental constraints. They'll identify what permitting, create a permitting roadmap of what's needed there, as well as a funding roadmap. Should we be targeting federal dollars, state dollars, or local dollars to make these initiatives happen? So
that was another point to be made. I want everybody to realize too. We're looking at what kind of funding we can get to assist with this. Mm-hmm. So not something we're looking at doing necessarily alone, but looking at funding, and that's part of the monies. Is there's a section of that allocates towards what other resources. How can we achieve the funding for this? And that's really what I wanted to talk about, because I just wanted people to be aware, the residents to be aware that this is just the start of our resiliency and trying to stop our flooding, find solutions for that can enhance the whole city, not just particular areas. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. With that in mind, is there a motion to approve still item 4B, consent agenda?
Yes, I make a motion to authorize the city manager to execute a service agreement for professional engineering services with WSP USA, Inc. for the Don Cesar and Boca Ciega area resiliency adaptation capital improvement project in amount not to exceed $800,000.
Second.
Commissioner Causey,
Yes.
Commissioner Maldonado,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson,
Yes.
Mayor Tate.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we're on to ordinances. First ordinance, City Attorney, will you please read the ordinance title?
This is Emergency Ordinance 2026-10.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I have the wrong one. The police one I need.
Police pension, police officer retirement.
Thank you. This is Ordinance 2026-08, final reading, amending Chapter 66 of the Police Officers Retirement System. This is an ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 66, Pensions and Retirement. Article 3, Police Officers Retirement System, amending Section 66-230, Share Plan, providing for codification, conflicts, severability, construction, publication, and an effective date.
Is there a staff report?
No staff report. If you have
Okay.
any questions, we do have the finance director here. Otherwise, we'll just take a motion and a vote.
I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance 2026-08.
Second?
City Clerk, please.
Commissioner Maldonado,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Causey,
Yes.
Mayor Tate.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, City Attorney, please read the ordinance 5B, which I believe is the emergency ordinance this time.
Yes.
Yes.
This is the Emergency Ordinance 2026-10, an emergency ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, adopted in accordance with Section 3.11 of the city's charter, amending the Land Development Code relating to signs by creating Section 26.14W to prohibit signs, posts, and poles within 50 feet landward of the mean high water line of the Gulf, providing for recitals and finding of emergency, codification, conflict, severability, correction of scrivener's errors, construction, publication, an effective date, and an expiration date.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, City
There's the
Attorney.
staff report? Yeah,
Yes,
thank you.
sir. Mayor and City Commission. I just have a brief verbal report tonight, and we have Senior Planner Brandon Barry for any technical answers related to questions on historical use or relationship this has to the Land Development Code. You also have an ordinance in front of you that has two modifications that I'll go over, but to just lay the foundation for the presentation, I want to make sure the public is aware that this is a very narrow ordinance written only to address one issue on the beach, which is single pole signs and other signs that are 50 feet landward of the mean high water line. Any other issues that you are interested in discussing or would like to be included in any sort of beach ordinance, you have a full review of two very important segments of the beach ordinance that will be presented to the commission in late May or early June. So I just wanted to help you keep focused on the item that we are discussing tonight.
Okay,
Hang on one second, sorry, just lost my screen.
thank you very much. And sorry, please, were you?
So this, let me just give you a little bit of background that most structures are prohibited on the beach in St. Pete Beach per Land Development Code Division 27. And all structures except dune walkovers with FDEP authorization are prohibited in the dunes where they exist. The city does not have permission for placement of permanent signs for the Preservation District, which is the designation of all land waterward of the coastal construction control line. Permanent signs like monument or pole signs with multiple supports are prohibited on the beach. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection prohibits structures on the beach. However, single post signs are not considered prohibited structures on the beach to the state per our code enforcement. Warning signs are regulated differently from other sign types and are allowed without limitation in number, provided they do not exceed 4 square feet in the sign area based on the St. Pete Beach Sign Code and the Florida Department Environmental Protection Standards. Warning signs could be allowed on the beach provided they meet dimensional standards and do not conflict with other standards such as being placed to restrict movement of protected species. Mean high water line surveys show the water line over an 18.6-year span and rarely are directly in line with the actual point of the water on any given day. On one recent survey where the shoreline was shown, the shoreline was 8 feet landward of the mean high water line. So in other words, land in the water at high tide can still be considered landward of the mean high water line. So tonight we have a consideration for you on an emergency ordinance. We have received significant concern from the community over the various poles being erected within the sand close to the water line and the beach. We do have concerns that is presenting some safety issues that we've identified in the ordinance as the reasonable justification for your consideration tonight. If you do approve and pass the emergency ordinance as written or with amendments, you also have item 5C, which would provide for a first reading of the similar language. We'd ask that you make the same motion. And then we have 60 days until we need to bring back the final reading, which also would give us some adequate time to work with the community and see exactly how this ordinance may or may not be working. The two changes you have identified in front of you today based on feedback that we did receive after notification of the emergency ordinance was to modify, we would be allowing entities in partnership with or otherwise serving a permitted public function to place signs in lieu of government agencies. Some examples are the turtle trackers who actually put up the protection areas for the turtle nests. And then we have linked a provision to our current sign ordinance, which provides that existing beachfront watercraft operators are allowed a one A-frame sign within 40 feet of the visible water line. And if directed, we would acknowledge this in this emergency and final ordinance that provision in the other ordinance would supersede this 50-foot setback, as we have not heard any concerns about the operation of sports businesses on the beach using this setback, and they are required to put them out in the morning and remove them in the evening so they do not stay out overnight. And that is the end of my report.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, City Manager. City Clerk, are there audience comments?
Yes, we do have audience comments. Dominic Iskro.
Good evening, Mayor Tate and Commissioners. Wanted to take a few moments to address the emergency ordinances tonight. First and foremost, thank you very much for the prompt initiative you've taken to address this issue and private encroachments on public beach. I have two quick comments and one quick request. The city manager sort of stole my thunder a little bit. Thank you, because you narrowed the issues quite a bit. We all know that you can't give an attorney a list of anything and not have them want to add 30 things to it. I was going to propose to you that you may want to consider adding a few things to that list of prohibited items, but in light of the city manager's comments, I'll move on from that. The second comment I have, the city manager also touched on, and that is, what is the mean high water line and where is it? Seems to be a lot of confusion over this issue. My brief comments on this, I just urge you to look very carefully at it, as I'm sure you have. It's defined in Chapter 177 Florida statutes. As the city manager said, it's a 19-year average. The legal significance of it is it's a boundary between state-owned land and land that can be privately owned upland. And the survey standards are derived from Florida Administrative Code 5J17 and 62B33. This is not something, as the city manager correctly pointed out, that is a matter of observing where the surf happens to be at a given hour and a given day. It is not determined by private property owner surveys, especially surveys done by coastal property owners wishing to modify their own boundaries. It's a title datum-based boundary that's determined according to state law, surveys, and administrative rules. Obviously, that's very important because the effectiveness of the ordinance depends on where that mean high water line is. So I urge you to carefully look at that. One quick note on where I think it is, because I've been digging on this and talking to the property appraiser's office to try and get an answer. According to Pinellas County Property Appraiser's office, it's roughly at the western edge of the dunes currently. That's where their maps have it. The little highlighted area you can see here, mean MHW, mean high water. That line, at least on the current maps that the property appraiser has available to the public, coincides with the western boundaries of most of the coastal properties on St. Pete Beach. And so if that's where it is, you know, that obviously impacts how the ordinance applies. Last thing, I would urge you to consider, in light of the recent passage of Senate Bill 1622 that became effective June of 25, enacting an ordinance to establish customary use in St. Pete Beach. This is the long-term solution to the issue that has prompted, I believe, the enactment of the emergency ordinance that's been read tonight. With that, I'll end my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Jack Martineau.
Good evening. My name is Jack Martineau, 3848 Gulf Boulevard. So today, my concern today is regarding enforcement and clarity. I would like to know what the city is planning to distinguish and identify where the 50-foot setback from the mean high water line will be for everyone to comply with this ordinance and avoid confusion or inconsistent enforcement. It is important that the boundary be clearly defined. In addition, I would like to ask the city to consider educating the public on difference between public beach areas and private beachfront properties, maybe through outreach, maps, or designated markers that clearly distinguish these areas so enforcement can be fair and consistent for everyone. Many of the signs currently in place are not intended to create clutter, but to identify private property boundaries and help avoid confusion. We have been encouraged by Pinellas County Sheriff's Office to clearly mark our property boundaries so deputies can better assist with enforcement when trespassing or other issues arise. As an owner and operator of a family-oriented motel, my goal is to provide a safe, calm, and welcoming environment for guests and staff. I simply ask for clarity and support from the city and law enforcement so that boundaries are respected and a safe, peaceful environment can be maintained. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Elisa Gagnon.
Hello, good evening. Hope everyone's well this evening. My name's Alyssa Gagnon. I'm a practicing attorney at Weber Craven Wien at 5453 Central Ave. And I'm just here to speak a little bit about the constitutionality of Ordinance 2026-11. Got some pretty big concerns. As written, this ordinance implicates some serious constitutional concerns under both the First and the Fifth Amendment. At its core, the ordinance is just plainly viewpoint discriminatory. It's justified on the premise that signs can pose a risk to public safety and health, yet it creates an exception for government signs without explaining why government signs would be any safer or any less risky to a sign that wasn't done by a governmental entity. That distinction is not neutral. It allows the government to speak in a space when it restricts everybody else to speak in that space. The First Amendment simply does not permit that kind of imbalance. If a sign creates a safety concern, it does so regardless of who puts it up. Treating speakers differently in this way is exactly the type of regulation that courts are going to be reluctant to strike down. It's unlikely to withstand a legal challenge. The ordinance also sweeps much too broadly. As it's written, I think the language applies to any temporary, portable, or permanent sign, which is so expansive that this would include handheld signs. That's a protest, that's a community event, that's a 5K on a beach that has been permitted and allowable. So even if the intent was to address an abandoned or an unattended sign, the actual reach goes so much further into this and it actually encroaches onto core protected speech. I also anticipate independent conflicts with Florida law. The state regulates, and I believe the city manager alluded to this, they regulate trespass and require that notice be given before trespass can be enforced. One of the key tools to doing this is to putting signs up, no trespassing. We all see the signs everywhere we are. This ordinance as written, you cannot put that sign up if it's within the parameters. That's a serious Fifth Amendment concern. Practically, real-world enforcement, and I believe somebody also just touched on this, beachfront property owners do not have a clear visual boundary like a typical yard where you've got a front yard or a backyard with some green grass. The beachfront property line, the mean high water line in this case, it's often invisible. Beachfront property owners already face a plethora of challenges enforcing any sort of trespass onto their property. This ordinance would require enforcement based on measuring of 50 feet from an unmarked and invisible line. That's just really hard for the code enforcement officials that's going out there and trying to implement this. I don't want to sign them up for that. When you pull it all together, the ordinance is just completely vulnerable to a bunch of constitutional attacks. It's likely preempted by state law and just plainly difficult to enforce in practice. I would plead for the commission to pause and think about rewriting this before a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Quite interesting.
Robert Cezanne.
Robert Cezanne, 4506 Gulf Boulevard. That was actually very well said. My point exactly is exactly what she was going to mention. You need a point of reference from a point to be able to measure 50 feet. If I ask you to measure from this podium to that sign, we can have a measurement from here to the TV or from here to the back door. We can actually get an exact measurement. The mean high water line is an invisible line. The only person that actually had a line or actually a post in the water was my property at the Plaza Beach Hotel, where we had a rebar in there put in by the property surveyor and measured out the property mean high water line. That property line is not just an imaginary line that he chose out there. We reached out to the state of Florida to FDEP. FDEP gave us exact coordinates, latitude, longitude coordinates that are exactly where the rebar went into. The city asked us to remove the rebar and put a 4x4 post in there, which we did. And 3 days later, it was miraculously stolen by somebody. So, not sure if there's anybody in this room, but I can tell you it was stolen by someone that did not like the post on our property. So, unfortunately, we don't have a post. I do have pictures of what it looked like to show the audience so they can see what we did there, because I want to be as transparent as we can. That is our property line that we actually put down with cones so people can see. There's a post right there, and there was another post a little bit further in. So sometimes the post is in the water, sometimes the post is not in the water, depending on when it is. There's another picture of it right there. That's way away from the water because, like I said, the mean high water line moves. So how is the sheriff's department going to measure 50 feet if there's no point? So that's going to be the biggest issue. So I don't know how you guys are planning on passing this. It makes absolutely no sense. This is my backyard. So just like everybody has a front yard, everybody has a rear neighbors or side neighbors, everybody has a rear backyard. This is my backyard. So my front yard is Gulf Boulevard. My neighbors are on each side. I got the Gulf Strand, I got Lido, and my backyard luckily backs up to the ocean. Everyone's backyard backs up either to another neighbor or to the intercoastal. Mine happens to back up to the beach. And my deed says I own to the mean high water line. Clear as day. It's not disputable. It's crystal clear. So we now have surveys, we have exact coordinates that'll show that. So what we need to do is work with the city to come up with a way to distinguish that for the residents so the residents can know where the public beaches are, where the private beaches are. I know not everybody likes these posts, an idea I had as well is that maybe we make something fun, where we do little signs on the post like this, where you kind of see that it makes it more kind of Key West, more tropical. So there are some ideas that we can work with together with the city to make sure that the residents and the visitors know where the private beaches are and where the public beaches are. But trust me when I tell you, there are private beaches here. The surveys don't lie. The state of Florida is not lying to you guys. It is true. My deed has been around since the 50s. It is them. So I urge you guys to work with us first before passing any ordinances, especially ordinances that the sheriff and anybody else can't enforce. You can't enforce this at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Kurzman.
It may take me 6 minutes, so I'll have to wait till the next session. Can you zoom in again? Thank you. John Kurzman, Beyond Way South. So first off, I also share some of the concerns that 50 feet landward, well, first off, why is it only 50 feet landward? Why isn't it 50 feet waterward? Because you're not supposed to put stuff in the water either, are you? And then why tie to the mean high water line, which is something that moves daily? It's based on the last 18.6 years. And I want to clarify, because I've looked at some of the deeds, a fact of what I believe, according to the tax assessor's website, who has the deeds, some of these hotels are original government lots. And I have the map, and it does not show that they go to the mean high water line. And surveys are not even the valid document. I've spent days in searcher vaults. They don't even keep surveys, because surveys are irrelevant. It's deeds that matter, because deeds have the actual information about the exceptions for public use and the other things that are in there. The MHL, if the deed is not to the MHLWL, it's not even part of the discussion. And if it is to the MWHL, you need to consider the prescriptive easements, the customer use, the rights of the public, all these other things. But I forgot, let me go back. Can we all put signs and posts signs in the middle of our own yards? No, we have restrictions in our own ordinances. So what would make someone think that they could go into a preservation zone, the P zone, which is the beach, including the dunes, right past the dunes, and start putting signs there? We can't do it, so where's this exception carved out? The city commission in 2019 said the beach is public, will always be public. You need to consider, when you look at MHWL, accretion, avulsion, erosion, if it was nourished, or you could take the Caddy's approach, which is that where the sand came from could be relevant, or didn't come from. So a lot of these beaches, I believe, it came from avulsion, which means a storm, and which means it's public. It's only if it was gradual, not from a storm, that when the sand moves one way, it becomes the rights of the private property owner. There's statutes on our side to clarify some of these things. I'm not making this up. Here's the accretion and the avulsion information. But here's some of the signs, and then here's some of the property maps. And if you divide their acreage by their frontage, you know how far out into from Gulf Boulevard these properties go. They stop at the dunes, according to the tax assessor and according to some of these deeds. Here's a deed. It was a warranty deed when one of the properties discussed, I believe. Now, I didn't do an exhaustive search. There may be other deeds out there, so please, I'm just saying that at face value of what's on the assessor site, the beach is separate from the lots. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I have no further comments on this issue.
It's quite interesting. Okay. Are there questions or comments from the commission? Commissioner Causey.
Well, I would first like to highlight for the commission that I've had a lot of outreach in the last 4 weeks during spring break from beach property owners struggling with issues that I wouldn't necessarily thought would have been a big factors like beach parking, but it really is a huge impact. And then there's the law enforcement policy with the sheriff's department comes into play. There's our code enforcement. There's the whole question of private property, which we've heard mentioned here, and there's property boundaries and how do you mark them and where are they. It's very complicated issue, and I don't think that, I think I would like to highlight that we definitely need to clarify this if we want to have a good place for our residents and for our visitors and our property owners along the beach. And secondly, I think we need a workshop, and we need possibly a number of workshops where our stakeholders are going to be a part of this, because you can tell from the comments tonight that there's a lot of different viewpoints still. So I just want to highlight that this has been a big concern for me over the last 4 weeks, and people in District 3 as a start.
Other comments, Mr. Hauser?
Well, I'll stop there for now.
Okay. Commissioner Marriott.
Sure, I would just have two questions. If we were to pass this ordinance, do we have a simple method for determining enforcement? Do we, I mean, is this going to lead to just a lot of arguments about where the mean high water line is and where a sign is, or do we have a method for enforcing what 50 feet from the mean high water line is?
So we've chose 50 feet from the mean high water line because it is a measurable point. It's maybe difficult if you were at 47 or 51 or 52, but the problems that we're trying to address are the rebar in the water and the post that's in the water that the property owners say is at their mean high water line. Per their survey. So I think that makes it easier to enforce, the ones that are the clear violations that we're trying to address. We wanted to go up the beach a little bit. The point we chose was 50. Many places you can go 75, most places you can go 200, but this is just carving out this area between 50 feet of the water line and focusing the enforcement on those posts that are actually at the mean high water line, which, as the slides show, are sometimes out of the water and sometimes in the water, but they're never more than 50 feet from the water.
And I mean, I guess, and my question is more a practical one of if there's a complaint and a code enforcement officer or a sheriff shows up out there, are they just going to go, well, if the sign's in the water, clearly we think it's closer than 50 feet, and if it's not in the water, who knows, so we're going to let it go? I mean, what does the... Do we have an idea of what the enforcement looks like?
I'd like to comment just from a practical matter, because we have been having challenges with trespassing. And so to me, if the answer is we can never measure the water, then you have to approach it practically. And so you have these ranges, and the sheriff has said and stated for the record that if it's a very obvious trespass, they will assist with the trespassing. So I think you're going to see the same standard here. If it's a very obvious hole in the water, and we don't have to go get the coordinates from the state and bring a surveyor in to measure it, we would first seek compliance. So we would say, hey, we have a rule. It says you shouldn't put holes in the sand within 50 feet. And then if the person wants to argue about 50 feet, then we would have to go down a formal code enforcement route, which this would give us the ability to actually hire a surveyor and do our own measurements, which would be costly, but we have a mechanism now to enforce and get removal. But the idea behind this is to have everyone generally know what the expectations are, knowing that we're all not going to be out there with tape measures every day. The sheriff's not out there with tape measures. We're just trying to get it, and when people ask for clarity, it is hard because the water is moving every day. So I can't give you a black Sharpie line and say, every day I'm going to come out here, and if you pass the Sharpie line, we're going to do something. So that's kind of what we're seeking, and I would tell you practically that's the way I would be guiding staff to enforce. But it does give you the ability, just like it gives a landowner now the ability to go get exact coordinate measurements, and if we have those, and we have all the information, there is a different level of ability to enforce than if the other examples we had where we don't have that. We have a deed that stops at the dunes, and now we've got this measurement issue. But so they're all very different, and I think if we all just kind of practically thought about application, that's the way it would go.
Okay, thank you. And then a question for the city attorney: do you feel like this is a defensible, constitutionally acceptable ordinance? I mean, I mean, I'm assuming you do, or you wouldn't have, but.
First of all, we have in Section 5 a super severability clause that says if any sentence, section, clause, phrase is found to be unconstitutional, then that phrase can be removed. So the argument that was put forth today under Reed versus Gilbert, the sign ordinance case that says all signs have to be content neutral, the argument is that because we have an exemption for government signs to protect sea turtles and nesting shorebirds that serve a public safety, law enforcement, emergency management, regulatory, navigation, beach access management, environmental or natural resource protection purpose, if they're placed as a governmental sign, I think that can be upheld. There's some cases that talk about uniform traffic control signs can be created as an exemption or as a sign ordinance. When you, for example, when you're writing a sign ordinance, you can write in there except for traffic control signs, or in this case, marine turtle post signs that are protecting a turtle. Those may be exceptions I think that we can defend in court, in federal court. If we lose, then those exceptions come out, and we don't have any post signs, we don't have any marine turtle signs, we don't have any shorebird signs, which isn't the end of the world either if you don't want signs in that area. I can tell you that the sea turtles, they move through this area, so it's important not to have signs and posts and poles. Rebar in the water, what staff is worried about is people walking at night, or people putting sailboats in and out, or children playing football in the shoreline, in the shallow water, running with frisbees, not seeing it, running into it, and becoming impaled. So even the wooden signs, though, are still there, and if you have low tide at night and someone's walking along the beach at night without a flashlight and without a light on these signs, you could walk into them. And encouraging every property owner to place signs in the water at each one of these property boundaries could result in a proliferation of these signs, which would make it even more dangerous. So we were trying to address that through this ordinance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson.
I had a question in regards to, I was contacted by Silver Sands, and in 2018, there was a settlement on their delineation where they can put their signs, and I just want to confirm that this doesn't infringe on that.
I would have to take a look at that settlement agreement. It might grandfather them in. We do have in here a amortization period, or a time, reasonable time, in a staff's view was 7 days to pull the rebar signs out, to pull the wooden post signs out. Some of them, the undertow ones, we think were, based on eyewitness testimony, they were pile drived with a ladder, and they may take time to remove, and may require someone to come out to remove them, and they can't be removed by hand easily, so we gave 7 days to do that.
Okay, well.
During that 7-day period, we can look at the Silver Sands settlement agreement, see where their signs are placed. Are their signs within 50 feet of the mean high water line?
They're much further up, but they had concerns that they just wanted
Signs
to.
that are further up can remain.
Are not, right.
Not even addressed by the
That's how I read this as well. I just wanted on the record, they did ask.
This doesn't address all beach signs, it's just those that are within 50 feet of the mean high water line, which we don't have very many of those now.
Right.
Once in a while, they pop up. We were able to work with Undertow, and we met with 6 sheriff's deputies and the Undertow and their attorneys, and by agreement, they removed those signs, and the sheriffs agreed that they could enforce trespass even without those signs.
And then I also did get a text message from Lisa Reich at Coastal Wildlife Advocacy Group. Just want to read it, put it on the record. She said, "Hi, I can't make the commission meeting tonight, but I see that the sign ordinance is on the agenda. Not only is it a city ordinance issue, but it is also an FDEP issue. Property owners cannot put anything permanent seaward of the CCCL. This is regardless of ownership rights." Just wanted to give my 2 cents. That wasn't my 2 cents, it was her 2 cents. I was just reading it for the record, so.
It's our understanding, based on talking with the DEP attorneys, that if you have a unipole, just one, they will not require or prohibit them because they don't have two, the turtles can't get stuck in between them. And they also do not allow signs seaward of the mean high water line. So anything seaward of there, that's owned by the state of Florida. You have to get a special permit for those, and you may see some of those signs in the water when you're navigating that might say slow speed zone. There's a state process where the state, FWC, and FDEP, and even a local government can petition for a slow speed zone, but you have to do a pretty in-depth application, and you're subject to a formal administrative hearing to justify those speed zones, whether they're based on safety or on manatees. So there's a whole area of sign regulation that occurs seaward of the mean high water line that the state handles. That's why we're going from the mean high water line landward 50 feet.
That was all I had.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Causey.
Yeah, so I still am not convinced that we're going to solve any problems trying to figure out where the mean high water line is. And the whole point of this is for safety, and safety specifically near the water. So if the water is going to move, I believe what we're trying to do is not have any hazards near the water. So I think the ordinance, if we're going to infringe on private property rights in the name of safety, I think basically we should just be saying there shouldn't be any obstructions within 50 feet of the water. So, you know, we have a general range of where the water goes on an annual basis and on a daily basis. So it would be up to the property owner to figure out, okay, where do I keep my cabanas? Where is the area that I can get the sheriff to enforce? Well, it would be any given time. It would be obvious it would be within 50 feet of the water. Point being is nobody's going to be walking along the beach. And regarding common use, we're not really trying to get there. I think that's a workshop item, but I do think it's common use, obviously, that people expect to be able to walk along the beach, along the water, at some reasonable distance of the water, and even if it is private property. So that's just an opinion at this point. But I get the safety part of this. I do think that it's reasonable to not have any kind of post or signs near the water. And I would just, I don't get I don't get using a reference that we really don't have any idea where it is.
With regard to that, you could say in the ordinance, to accommodate that, within 50 feet landward of the mean high water line or waters of the Gulf.
And what would be the point of the mean high water line? Is there some reason to have that in it at all, rather than just the water?
I think if you have both and one is stricken and the other one upholds, the purpose of the mean high water line is to have accurate point of certainty that can be surveyed, whereas you mentioned the waters is ambulatory. It moves up and down with each tide a couple times a day, but also every day's tide is different, and we have king tides, which are further. But we could do or waters, and that would be probably encompass a bigger area than just 50 feet from the mean high water line.
Well, I would get rid of the mean high water line, and unless there's a reason to have it. And I don't get the reason yet, so I'm open to being explained about that. But to me, the whole point is not to have an obstruction in the place where people are hanging out around the beach, and that changes every single hour.
If you were to take out mean high water line and just say, exist within 50 feet landward of the waters of the Gulf, that would be ambiguous, I guess, is the right word. It would be.
But it would need to be, I would feel, in order to accomplish the safety function
Just
here.
the argument that a lawyer would bring for someone that was placing there, that it would be vague and that the ordinance would be void for vagueness. So there is a doctrine that says ordinances can be void for vagueness. If you can't tell whether you're in violation or not in violation where you put the sign in, or if you put the sign in legally and then high tide comes in and now it's illegal, then that could create vagueness that a court could strike.
But if high tide comes in and now that post is actually in the water, then it's unsafe, even though it's legal.
I guess I was thinking about it from the other perspective, that if you put the post in while the water's here and it's legal, now the tide comes up and then the post that you had placed legal now becomes illegal.
And then the next day, it's legal again.
Legal again.
The tide rolls back out, right? Sorry, I didn't mean to come. So.
And then you're coming in and out of compliance as the day goes by. So in the morning, you're in compliance. When high tide comes, you're out of compliance. Code enforcement writes you a ticket, so you must bring your beach into compliance within 24 hours. Tide goes back out again in 12 hours. Now you're in compliance, so we can never establish a code violation.
That's why I wouldn't have the mean high water line involved. I would just, the measurement would always be from the water at any given time.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Marriott.
Maldonado.
I'm sorry.
Too many M's.
I apologize. Mr. Maldonado, I apologize.
No worries, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. So I just want to clarify a couple things, and first of all, I want to acknowledge the comments made by the residents and guests that are here tonight. Some very interesting points that were brought about, both in support and then also contrary to. So I want to clarify that we're not intending to deprive anyone of their property. Okay, so that's one of the biggest things here, is that, as Commissioner Kaze was saying, safety is paramount. The other thing is that it is an aesthetic thing. You know, having a beach riddled with signs is unattractive, and it could impact tourism. Our hoteliers are here tonight, and part of that is to safeguard and protect their property rights, and I'm all for that. We need to be cognizant of distinguishing between private property and public property. So I do think that we need to work with our sheriff partners and our hoteliers to ensure that we are protecting people's rights. All that to say that I disagree respectfully that we should not have the mean high water line included. I think that it does give us a point of measure, but I would also like to add or water. I think that balances out the shifting and constantly changing line, the invisible line as someone referred to. And we have our work cut out for us. I do think that there will be questions regarding the First Amendment. Again, thank you for pointing that out. We want to be as transparent and as supportive of that as possible, but I do think that safety trumps science in this case, so I'm very supportive of this. And then I have one question. It says that they will be removed within 7 days. Is that business days or calendar days?
You could choose either, or you could choose less or more.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I don't know who's first.
I just have one really quick question, and that is, could the city manager remind me, when we pass an emergency ordinance, how long is that in effect for?
60 days.
60, okay, so the emergency ordinance would be good for 60 days. If we don't do anything else, it expires at the end of 60 days. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Robinson.
I like Commissioner Maldonado, agree with keeping the mean high water line. It's a standard. And then I'd like adding or waters to that as well. And I'm for this ordinance simply for the safety and of the community. I mean, rebarb in the water, in salt water. I've never heard of anything so crazy. Lived in Florida all my life, and I know what salt does, and I know what salt does for cars up north too. So, you know, I don't want anybody getting hurt. We've had enough issues with Gulf Boulevard. We don't need them on the beach as well, on the other side. So I would be for this ordinance and making those two changes. or keeping that one and adding the or waters to that.
Thank you. Commissioner Causey. I think
I think Commissioner Marriott had her green light on before me, maybe?
Sure. This is very brief. I was just going to say that I am very much in support of passing the emergency ordinance tonight exactly as written with the mean high water line. And that gives us an ability to immediately or within 7 days solve the problem of the safety issue or the perceived safety issue or the real safety issue, whatever it is, the issue of the signs on the beach very close to the water. And then that gives us a little bit of time to see if we need to do anything different to get it right when we go to first reading for a more permanent ordinance. And so I would very much be in support tonight of passing the emergency ordinance exactly as written, and let's give it a chance to see how it works, see what the response is, see if we can get some, agreement amongst the property owners to figure out what works best, but it gives us the ability to immediately solve the safety issue.
Very good. Commissioner Causey.
Well, I still would like to be convinced that using this reference line that nobody really knows where it is, and most property owners haven't had a survey done, so how would they even know where this point is? And as I mentioned earlier, when the high tides come in, this mean high water line is actually in the water. So if a property owner chose to put a sign in 50 feet from that line and the tide comes in, it might still have a piece of rebar or a sign in the water, the way this is written currently. So if the point is to never have a sign in the water, you've got to measure from the water. And the practical standpoint here is people who own the property know where the water comes to generally. So if they want to have a sign, then they'll know where to put the sign, where it's not going to be a problem for them. So I don't think it's practical having the reference line. If there was a practical way for each property owner to know where this point is on their property, and it would be great if that point was never in the water. But if that point is in the water, then it's useless from a safety standpoint.
I can't imagine that there's a spot that's 50 feet from the mean high water line that is ever in the water, but I think we don't know that for certain. But we also absolutely know that if you put something, even if you put something 50 feet from a typical high tide, we can have an extra high tide where the sign is then in the water. So I think I don't know that we solve our enforcement problem with picking the water line in the case of extreme highs or lows.
I feel like that, if you'll permit me, Commissioner Robinson, I feel like she's responding to Commissioner Causey, so I'll let you.
Oh, okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, I think that we have to separate this out into safety versus enforcement of the private property. Safety says we're not going to have any obstructions near the water, and enforcement is, okay, where can I put a sign?
Commissioner Robinson.
My concern is that you're chasing that with the or waters, but I still agree with putting that in there. The mean high water line is a standard, and it is measurable, not easily measurable, but it is still measurable. In having that measurable and the or waters, you're covering both the bases. As the attorney said, if it gets stricken, it can get stricken. But again, at least we have something going for it. I just don't want to see anybody else get hurt on this beach.
Sure.
We've had enough issues on Gulf Boulevard. We don't need them on the beach as well. And I've had issues from, or comments from residents talking about walking on the beach and almost running into these poles. I don't want any more accidents out here. We have a zero tolerance on Gulf Boulevard. We should have a zero tolerance on the beach as well. Or we should try to. And this is an effort at that. And I just know that the mean height water line is a standard. It's in Florida statute. It is measurable. And I, again, like the idea of waters to cover the, in the meantime, a little bit of the fluctuation. But I think 50 feet is pretty fair for what we're talking about up and down the beach. We're not very close on a lot of the beaches. Not even now with Upham, with the renourishment. And through the years, as Mr. Kurzman had mentioned, through the years with storms, every time we renourish Upham, it tends to pull that towards the middle of the beach, and everybody out there has gotten a little bit more land and a little bit more beach on those hotels, and for some reason they all have seawalls. It's amazing. What were those seawalls for? So they have gotten accrual of sand over the years.
Thank you.
So they're fortunate to have the mean high water line as this.
Okay, I would like to go back around, one more time at most so that we can start making a motion to move the evening. But Commissioner Maldonado, sir, please.
Thank you, sir. So, yeah, if we can agree with 7 calendar days, and I do agree with, after hearing both sides, with Commissioner Marriott, as written, strike the or waters for now, since this is a 60-day emergency ordinance. I think that 7 calendar days makes sense, and then I'd be prepared to make a motion after hearing the rest of my commissioners.
Commissioner Causey.
I would like for our city attorney to talk about what would be the difference between the mean high water line or 50 feet versus and 50 feet, from what that would mean. Would that be a difference? If we're going to be 50 feet from the mean high water line and 50 feet from the water, or I'm literally just trying to keep a signpost out of the water. And another question I've got is for the city manager. Do we know where the mean high water line is in the water, the farthest along the beach?
I don't.
Well, it's not at the western edge of the sand dunes, as was shown earlier. That's not
Right.
where the mean high water
It's
line.
not there.
That might be a different line. And sometimes the property appraiser's data will just say where they're taxing property from. So I think that's where they may tax property from. Other times you'll see on surveys, it might come before you for conditional use, approximate mean high water line. That, again, is an approximate mean high water line, unless it says mean high water line. When they do a mean high water line survey, those surveys are turned into the state of Florida DEP, and they're registered and kept in a database. And they accept them. They don't review them. They don't double check them. They accept them and put them in a database. So if there is a mean high water line survey conducted along the beach in St. Pete Beach and it goes to DEP, they have a record of them all. In terms of your first question, I think you were asking
Yeah, the
50
difference
feet of the
between
mean
and-
high water line versus 50 feet from the water.
Yeah, it's the and/or part of this thing. So if you have the mean high water line reference in there, how would that work with also trying to measure from the water at any given time? So
I think you said or water, that would extend the area of prohibition further landward. because the mean is a mean high water, but a high water is going to be more than the mean. So you're going to be pushing this line further landward.
So in either case, we're going to be out there, the sheriff's going to be out there with a tape measure to measure 50 feet. Is that what we're doing?
I think as the city manager explained, we are really looking to enforce the ones that are in the water or in the dry sand that's created when the water goes to low tide. We're not really there looking out too far in that 50-foot range. We're focusing our enforcement efforts on the area that's clearly in violation. So,
okay, thank you.
Typically, a rule of thumb, and again, this is not law, but a rule of thumb is that the mean high water line is somewhere in the wet sand area. And the public trust doctrine allows people to walk below or at the mean high water line. So if you're walking in the wet sand area, the sheriffs will not enforce trespass against you if you're in the wet sand area. So you might, if you don't want to do the 50 feet from the water, you might say 50 feet landward of the mean high water line, or within the wet sands, to encompass a little bit more area than just the mean high water line. But the sheriff could go to see where the sand becomes wet and measure from that wet sand line, which is ambulatory too. That changes during the day.
City Attorney, I just have a question or two for you as well. I'm trying to, in my head, I know that at least the mean high water line is some GPS coordinates that's measurable and quantifiable, and I can come off 50 feet from that. As Commissioner Causius pointed out, the water line is going to be moving. I wouldn't want us to say arbitrarily 50 feet from the water line, because literally 2 hours later, that's a different 50 feet than it was. And so I'm sympathetic. I'll tell you this. Here's my take on this. Certainly, I echo the other commissioners here. This is a liability concern, either for the city or for the property owners, and I think this is not something that we want to encourage, and certainly I think we want to discourage these kind of things out in the waters of our Gulf. And so I think, for me, I think in my head, this is an emergency ordinance, at least initially, to kind of clean up some of the current safety issues that we have right now. Make sure that we can resolve that within 7 days as it stands, from tonight, I assume. I think we've got a follow-up ordinance that's theoretically within 60 days of this, otherwise this one will expire. I think ultimately, my goal would be to, some of the concerns that I have is how does the public know where that line is? How does the property owner, maybe the property owner knows because it's their property and they have a sense of it, but how does the public know? I don't think that they'll know. So I think ultimately in these 60 days, I would like us to consider passing this emergency ordinance to make sure that we clean up the current kind of liability and risk issues to the city. This will give us 60 days to contemplate whether we have a follow-up ordinance. I suspect, I also think there was some really interesting commentary on both sides of this evening, and I appreciate all the public commentary. I would like us to consider, ultimately, we want to be good neighbors. Good neighbors between the property owners, the visitors, the residents. We want to be good neighbors ultimately. I like the concept that somebody mentioned earlier of a workshop. I'd like to see if we can't organize a workshop, city manager, if you're amenable to that, where we can meet with the hoteliers and kind of understand why. What's the rationale, for each of them as to why they want to put this sign out there in the first place. I can tell you the residents and many up on this commission have echoed the liabilities and the risk of harm. And I think we need to balance that. And so what this emergency ordinance gives us this evening is the way to kind of solve the immediate liability risk that we've got out there, gives us 60 days to have workshops if we're amenable to it, and try and find a more permanent solution that is based on a lot of this, but I think incorporates some of the feedback we've heard this evening, and maybe gets us to a better place within 60 days, so we've got something we can feel more comfortable moving forward more permanently.
Yeah.
So with that,
I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance 2026-08 with the language. Oh, sorry. Good grief. Thank you. Get it wrong right off the bat. I'll make a motion to approve emergency ordinance 2026-10 with the language. How specific do I need to be, Ralph? I want the language presented tonight by the staff for that protects that allows the signs for turtle trackers and that sort of thing. I want the language that allows the A-frame signs that are already allowed for water sports businesses, and I want the 7 days to be 7. John, did you say calendar days or business days? 7 calendar days. So the enforcement to be 7 calendar days from passage.
Well, to be super clear, let me read it then with those
Okay.
changes, just so we don't get into
Yep.
any mix-ups. Section 26.14, prohibited signs. The following sign and sign types are prohibited within the city limits. And we have a number of prohibited signs that goes all the way down to W. So this will be a new section W. Any temporary, portable, or permanent sign, or any post or pole, regardless of whether it contains a sign, that is installed, placed, or otherwise caused or allowed to exist within 50 feet landward of the mean high water line, parentheses, MHWL, end parentheses, of the Gulf as measured at a 90-degree angle perpendicular to the MWHL, unless the sign is an official sign installed and required by the state of Florida, the United States, or another government entity having jurisdiction, or installed by a marine turtle permit holder, a nesting shorebird permit holder, or an individual group or agency acting in partnership with or authorized to act on behalf of a government agency with jurisdiction, where such sign serves a public safety, law enforcement, emergency management, regulatory, navigation, beach access management, or environmental or natural resource protection purpose. Period. Existing beachfront watercraft operators are allowed 1 portable A-frame sign within 40 feet of the visible water line if placed after dawn and removed at sunset. Period. Any sign, post, or pole in conflict with this prohibition must be removed within 7 calendar days of adoption of Ordinance 2026-10, period. This requirement is cumulative of and not in lieu of all other applicable provisions of this code, period. To the extent of a conflict, this requirement controls for property within the area within 50 feet of the mean high water line, period.
Yes. That I move that we approve emergency ordinance 2026-10 with the language that was just read by the city attorney.
I second.
City Clerk, please.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Causey?
No.
Commissioner Maldonado?
Yes.
Mayor Tate?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Next, we have
Yep, thanks, sir.
Ordinance 2026-11. This is the same thing. This would get the ball rolling on a first reading. It would not adopt this next ordinance. It would just be a first reading, teeing it up for a second reading. This is an ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, amending the Land Development Code relating to signs by creating Section 26.14W to prohibit signs, posts, and poles within 50 feet landward of the mean high water line of the Gulf, providing for recitals, codification, conflicts, severability, correction of scrivener's errors, construction, publication, and an effective date. So we could adopt the same language that we read earlier as a first reading either today, or you could continue this first reading until our next meeting and then have that first reading, and then have our second reading in June.
Can we do it 60 days or any time, but we just date
60 days for the first and second reading to occur. So between now and 60 days, you have enough time to do this first reading and a second reading. But since we were talking about it tonight and we've already discussed it, we thought, let's get the first reading out of the way. It won't become effective until whenever the second reading is. The second reading will be published in the newspaper prior to second reading.
And hypothetically, if the 60 days passes before a second reading comes, the whole ordinance dies.
Right.
So from a process perspective, you're better to approve the first reading tonight, keep us moving. Otherwise, I've got to bring another first reading, which will take up more time to get you to the second reading within 60 days.
And to be clear, the first reading will never be binding. It's always the second that's
That
binding
is
in this
correct.
scenario, right? So it's
Yep.
just
Correct.
keeping our options open to continue with the second reading. I don't know if there's other commentary. I feel like this is the same topic we just discussed. I mean, I personally think, you know, first reading should include exactly what we just did on the emergency reading, vis-a-vis the 7 days, the, you know, the kind of things, 7 calendar days.
Calendar days is
Yeah,
the
those
only
exact same things that we just alluded to. And I do think, you know, again, as I mentioned on the emergency side of this, I would like to see us do a workshop and really see if we can't find I think there's flaws in this, frankly, and I think we need to close those out. And I think a city-led workshop to kind of hopefully find some good neighbor policies between all of the parties involved would be a good step in the next 60 days. With the second reading theoretically to this group being, if we can't get that solved, we're that much closer with just a second reading kind of going forward.
And just for clarification, Mayor, there's specific meetings for workshops here in St. Pete Beach versus what I characterize as a community meeting. A workshop here is defined as a one-way conversation with no public comment.
I don't want that.
What I thought. So I would plan to move forward with a community meeting.
Okay.
And that is a much more informal dialogue with the community.
Yeah.
No speaker cards. We just sit around and talk, and staff presents and gives you some baseline to kick off from.
I like that.
Okay.
I think we try and be good neighbors and try and work something out. I think there's valid points on all sides, and we just need to kind of find a way to negotiate something that's amenable to everybody. So,
Yep.
Thank you. I don't know, and I realize I kind of interjected with my comments first. Are there other comments from the group?
Prepared to make a motion?
I do have one public comment.
Oh, thank you.
John Kurzman.
The last 3 minutes.
Just some food for thought. Are these fences, I mean, watching the presentation we saw before, it looked almost like fences that were being laid in the sand. Can we build fences in our properties? Could I go and just stick a post on my property line at the street? Can I build a fence? I know people are hung up in permitting for long periods of time trying to get their surveys supplied and all sorts of things to get a permit to build a fence. Why does it change in the preservation zone? And, you know, these are the guidelines just that I got from a quick search just now in the meeting, so I apologize, it's not the actual ordinances, but it has a lot of good points. And it even mentions certain areas may have additional regulations due to proximity to coastal zones or historical districts. And this is the analysis of the St. Pete ordinances by, you know, Google. But the other thing is, you know, we can't do it ourselves. We can't, you know, if the Gulf Boulevard is your front yard and the beach is your backyard, you can't do these things in your front yard. You can't just go put stuff in your front yard. Why could you do it in your backyard? And in some cases, it's not the beach, it's not the Gulf that's in your backyard. Your backyard is actually the dune line. So when I thought about it in those terms, why don't we do it in terms of not the MHWL? I mean, great for the emergency, but why not think about doing it in the coastal construction line relative to that? If you're past the dune line or the taxation line, if the tax assessor shows, and they show clearly where your land is and where your dune is, if it's past the dunes, what are you doing? You're not even paying taxes there. Why are you putting posts in the water or in the sand? So you need a BTR for the beach chairs, and maybe that's caused people to think that now they can treat the whole property like it's theirs. But it's for the beach chairs. And they didn't have to prove that they owned the land to get those beach chairs, because typically if you just own the adjoining land, it was good. But that doesn't mean that then you start pushing the MHWL argument because you may not even own that land. So my suggestion is to focus on the, like a line that stays still. Because the main high water line changes every day. It's a rolling average of the last 18.6 years. So all of a sudden tomorrow it moved. So it's not a stable thing to stick to. Thank you very much. Oh, and I apologize. I did use the wrong term before. I think it was a community meeting, not a workshop, even for the other topic.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curtin. All right, thank you. That was quite interesting, I'll say that. All right, I think we're on to our action items. Is that correct?
Need a motion.
We need a motion.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. We need a motion. Thank you.
Okay. I make the motion to approve first reading of ordinance 2026-11, amending Land Development Code Division 26, signs.
With the change of 7 calendar days.
With the change of 7 calendar days.
And
Thank you.
all other wording that was just read for the emergency ordinance.
And all other wording previously read under the emergency ordinance.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
City Clerk, please.
Vice Mayor Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Causey,
No.
Commissioner Maldonado,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
and Mayor Tate.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Now, I do believe we're on the action items.
We have Resolution 2026-10, conditional use permit 25127 at 955 Blind Pass Road and adjacent submerged land. There's also a companion agenda item, which is a variance 26046, which Brandon, I think we wanted to hear these together, but vote separately. So I'll read both headers. A resolution of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, authorizing a conditional use permit for the playing of outdoor music in an outdoor dining and drinking area pursuant to Land Development Code Section 15.4N, and for the reconstruction of a commercial dock facility containing marina uses and Class A transient slips pursuant to Code Section 15.4M and R at a property with an address of 9555 Blind Pass Road and adjacent submerged land, incorporating the conditions outlined herein, providing for correction of scrivener's error and an effective date. We'll also hear variance number 26046, also at 9555 Blind Pass Road and adjacent submerged land. This is a companion to the conditional use permit 25127, seeking an unnecessary and undue hardship variance, actually 4 variances, to allow for a commercial dock facility reconstruction to exceed the maximum width, length, and to encroach into required setbacks, as will be explained in the detailed staff report.
So before you start, Brandon, I just wanted to do a process clarification for the commission. So Brandon will provide a staff report. He has 15 minutes. I would ask that you hold your questions until you hear the developer's presentation. And staff is here to answer technical questions as they relate to the city codes, and the developer is here to answer questions related to the project.
And before we get started, this is a quasi-judicial application as opposed to legislative. Legislative is when you're adopting changes to the code, like you did in the last 2 items. And then quasi-judicial is when you're taking an application, putting it on the left side of the table, and comparing it to the code criteria on the right side of the table, and deciding, does this application meet the requirements of the code? That makes it quasi-judicial. The main difference there is that we put all witnesses under oath, and then we ask each of you to disclose any ex parte communications, which means, have you talked to anyone about the application? If so, who'd you talk to? What'd they say? And then have you done a site visit? Are you familiar with the site itself? If you've gone to the site to see it, typically you'll say, I have done a site visit, or I have no communications, but I have done a site visit. The clerk will administer the oath right now to anyone that might be speaking on this, including the public.
Anyone who will be speaking or testifying before the commission needs to be sworn in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
So sworn.
And then if we could do the ex parte disclosure, starting with Commissioner Marriott.
Sure. So I have received a couple of emails about it that I've read. I've visited the site a couple of times. I've viewed the site from the neighboring building at the Yacht and Tennis Club from the 8th floor, which is a fantastic view, excellent view of the site. I've spoken to, maybe a dozen residents of the neighboring condo complex, and I've spoken to the applicant and their attorneys on the site regarding their plans as well.
And I also wanted then to say the emails that we got through the clerk's office or the city commission emails are all been put as part of the public record. And I think the clerk has one that she's going to possibly read later, or it's going to be in the record. We had a handwritten one dropped off today too.
Yeah, I think that was emailed to all of us. Do I need to say that, do I need to also state all of that, or that what you said is good?
I think that applies to everybody,
Okay,
that we have all the written ex parte communications and they're part of the record.
Okay.
I have not talked to anybody on this project. I have read the letters. I went over the what we've given in our packet, as well as reviewed some of our codes. And I'm familiar with the area. And I do know somebody who actually works at the rentals.
Thank you. I have not talked to anybody directly about the project. I have read the correspondence, the various emails, and even the handwritten correspondence that are on record. I have reviewed the packet that was provided to us and the materials there. While I was doing that, I did use Google Maps and other avenues to kind of look at what's around the area and kind of do a little research there. And I am familiar with the property, just having lived in the area and visited the prior restaurant that was there.
I have had no contact, and I have done a site visit.
Okay, I've reviewed the material provided to include the public comments, those written in and provided to us via email. I have not spoken with anyone directly about the project.
Okay, Brandon, you may begin.
Thank you. Brandon Berry, planner with the city. So this is a two-part conditional use permit request, as well as 4 variances related to one of the 2 requests. It's conditional use permit number 25127 associated with resolution 2026-10. The variances are under the cover of 26046. The property address is 9555 Blind Pass Road and includes the adjacent submerged land where the dock facilities are proposed. Brian J. Onks Jr. and Clay Gilman of McFarland, Ferguson, and McMullen, PA, for the owner Ping Pong Partners, LLC, request a conditional use permit to construct an eating and drinking establishment that will offer outdoor music. The outdoor music is specifically what requires the conditional use permit, subject to Land Development Code Section 15.4N, and redevelop a commercial dock facility offering marina services, including liveaboards and Class A commercial eating and drinking establishment slips. That request is made pursuant to Land Development Code Section 15.4M and R. That is the second part of the conditional use permit request. There are 4 variances. They're all dimensional variances related to the redevelopment of the dock. I'll get into a little bit more detail in an upcoming slide on what those entail. Here's an aerial of the property. It includes the land that is known as the Blind Pass Marina, as well as adjacent submerged land that is leased land from the state of Florida, where the existing dock facilities are located. The portion of the property where the restaurant is proposed and adjacent to the submerged land is zoned CG1. That is a commercial zoning district. It is one of the few remaining commercial zoning districts that is not within the city's community redevelopment district. So they're not subject to certain standards that those properties along Gulf Boulevard and most of the southern areas of Blind Pass Road are subject to. The east side of the property is transportation utility. There is no permanent development, any permanent structures located on that site that are under consideration today. Based on the site plan, it appears that will be additional parking. And then there is no zoning for the submerged land that is being discussed tonight. However, our land development code does require that dock facilities be consistent with the upland zoning district. In this case, the CG1 allows both Class A, which are restaurant and hotel adjacent facilities. In this case, they are restaurant slips that are proposed. It also allows marina uses, which are inclusive of the liveaboards that the applicant is seeking to retain. The conditional use permit request number 1 is for the outdoor music associated with the outdoor restaurant area. You can see the site plan on the screen, leaving out the docks, which I'll discuss in a moment. The applicant is requesting to reconstruct the largely currently enclosed restaurant on the CG1 zone portion of the property as an outdoor restaurant concept. The outdoor restaurant use is a permitted use under the code. If that was the only request that they were seeking, they would be able to proceed with the on-land development without needing to come forward to the City Commission for a public hearing. However, because they are offering outdoor music, that is the portion of this request that requires City Commission approval. That is both for recorded music and any live music area. And you can see the live music area, that smaller box on the screen. That is where they are proposing that location to be. As I mentioned before, this is a largely open concept. They function as deck covers. There will be a bar and seating underneath the deck covers. Along the east side, there will be containers and trailers that provide somewhat of a buffer from the property to the east and potentially to the north as well. However, it is largely an open concept, unlike the building that is currently on the site. Conditional use permit request number 2 is for the redevelopment of the commercial docks. As mentioned before, they are considered 2 different slip types under our land development code. There's the marina facilities, which include the liveaboards, the more residential operational facilities at the waterfront, as well as the ability to temporarily store vessels, including for those who are using it for dining facilities. When these docks were originally constructed in the 80s and 90s, the most recent significant modification to the docks, I believe, occurred to the northernmost dock. It about doubled in length in the mid-90s. During that construction, they were regulated by the county. The city did not have a land development code that regulated commercial docks. As of 2003, that is the city's current land development code, commercial docks are considered conditional uses. And they are also subject to dimensional standards that were not in place in the 1990s when they were most recently amended. There are 4 hardship-associated variances that deal with the footprint of the redeveloped dock structure. There are standards currently in the Land Development Code, as I mentioned before, that were not in place when these docks were originally developed. So as they are coming in for a full redevelopment rather than simply a repair of the facilities that exist in the submerged land adjacent to the site, they are subject to those standards and they are seeking variances to those standards. The requirement for width and length of the facility under the current code is that it not exceed 75% of the property's width at the waterfront. That is a width and length that is less than 231.8 feet. They are proposing a width of 290 feet against an existing width of 309 feet. And I should say this is measured at the walkway adjacent to the seawall at the waterfront. The length, they are proposing 295 feet against an existing 300.3 feet. The side setbacks, particularly on the south side, are required to be greater than 10% of the property width at the waterfront. That would be greater than 30.9 feet. They are proposing 16.1 on the north side, 1 foot on the south side, where the existing is 0 respectively. And again, that is the walkway at the seawall, not necessarily the facilities that extend out into the water. There's also a greater residential setback, so that would apply specifically to the north side. There's a required setback of 102.9 feet. They are proposing 16.1 feet on the north side with an existing setback of 0 feet. In terms of the actual practical differences in the walkouts, you can see the northern, what is the tan decks, those are the docks, those are the docks that are proposed for construction on the north and on the south side. The outline is the existing facility. On the north side, they are eliminating the dock slips that face toward the northern property. They are making those all face interior. There are transient slips that are proposed in that parallel location adjacent to the submerged land lease line on the north side. On the south side, as I mentioned before, the setback is approximately the same. There's a 1 foot difference. However, adjacent to the bridge on the south side of the waterfront, the dock walkout is getting much closer to the bridge. So just to summarize the first request, staff finds that the redevelopment of the site is supported by the comprehensive plan objectives and policies that include future land use objective 1.1, policy 1.1.12 that promotes parcel assembly, including that transportation and utility parcel and the redevelopment of the site, which eliminates a potential future curb cut along Blind Pass Road. We also promote rehabilitation of commercial uses through future land use policy 1.4.1. However, this is an open development. As I mentioned before, there are trailers and storage areas proposed on the east side of the deck covers that should provide some buffering. However, this is a much more open development than what is currently present on the site. You can see some photos of the existing building. This is the top photo is looking north toward the condominiums. This is the west side of the building. And then at the southwest side, that's the bottom photo showing those limited outdoor seating areas. There's also an open outdoor seating area just south of where that photo was taken. Due to the openness, staff does find that there must be conditions assigned to avoid nuisance impact to surrounding existing development and mitigate potential disruption to residential quality. These are supported by future land use policies 1.1.4 and 1.3.2. We did ask the applicant for some testimony, which they have agreed to provide in their presentation, and these were also provided in the staff report. Regarding the request for the commercial dock, staff finds that the request is supported by the same comprehensive plan policies and objectives as the first request. They have provided some separation between the liveaboard and on-land commercial uses, which supports future land use policy 1.3.1. The footprint changes made are largely beneficial to the residential property to the north. They are reducing the waterfront intensity of this use. There are fewer slips. There are also the elimination of those slips that face out toward the northern property. They don't currently overlap the submerged land lease line that's set about 40 feet for the northern property from the edge of this property's submerged land lease, but it does just move that intensity to a little bit more interior to the site. We do want the applicant to address any expected water quality issues from reconstruction. That's in support of Coastal and Conservation Policy 1.8.5. We also recommend that the applicant maintain education to alert visitors to surrounding low speed zones, promoting Coastal and Conservation Policy 1.4.7. You can see some faded signs at the back of the restaurant referring to what we're talking about here. The submerged land immediately adjacent to their site is not within a low speed zone, but the intercoastal is, and we do expect that a lot of the visiting vessels will take the intercoastal into and out of this site. So we did also ask the applicant for some testimony. This again was in the staff report, but there are various items that we have discussed and that they will provide through their presentation. One of the major ones related to the dock reconstruction is whether the Florida Department of Transportation District 7 has been consulted about the walkout encroachment toward the bridge compared with existing conditions. And if so, if any comments may result in modification of its footprint or location. I believe that is a floating dock that's proposed on the south side, but they can speak to the consultation they've had with them. Should the applicant provide adequate testimony to support these requests, staff recommends the following conditions to protect the health, safety, and welfare and mitigate potential future nuisance impacts to surrounding land uses. Pertaining to the outdoor music request, we ask that artists and bands be restricted to playing only within the southern deck cover as reflected on the site plan. All speakers, whether live or recorded music, shall be oriented interior to the space and away from residential spaces. There shall be no outdoor music of any kind between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. daily. As I mentioned before, we do not currently regulate the hours for outdoor restaurant uses or restaurant uses in general. There are liquor hour restrictions, but this is a restriction specifically on the outdoor music at the property. Any speakers and associated equipment shall be permanent. There shall not be any temporary or visiting musician equipment that is used. Equipment shall be tied into a sound governor accessible only to management. This is similar to a condition that we've applied to other conditional use permits for outdoor music. It seems to be working well for those uses that have been approved. Music is limited to both 65 decibel dBA at the property line and 50 dBA within a residential unit. The sound test may be required prior to operation. This is intended to work with condition 2 to ensure that in the future there should not be any violation of the decibel standards that the city sets through its codes. We are also recommending that any 2 substantiated noise violations within a 1-year period shall automatically return this request to the City Commission for consideration. This does not necessarily mean that there have been fines assessed. This is calibrated equipment being used by our sheriff's office or our code enforcement staff who are trained to use these devices, finding that there is a substantiated noise violation based on condition 4. For the commercial dock facility conditions, we ask that the owner maintain educational signage related to the existence of nearby slow speed zones. Vessels docked or moored in the facility shall also be subject to the noise ordinance, so any music played or any nuisance activity from the vessels would also be cited to the property owner as well as potentially to the vessels. Item 8, that there must be an operational associated on-land use prior to operation of the reconstructed commercial docks. For the property development conditions, we ask that trailers be secured to constitute permanent structures. Mobile food trucks shall not be operated at the property. These should be operated as a permanent restaurant use at the property. Any kind of outdoor dry storage shall not be permitted without amendment of the conditional use permit, other than the areas shown on plans that are provided in accordance with the accessory structure provisions. The applicant is maintaining jet skis and a few other facilities located toward the southwest portion of the site. Those uses do exist today, but any kind of outdoor dry long-term storage of vessels would need to be approved only through amendment of this conditional use permit. Similarly, there are a lot of different uses that fall under the marina use category in our land development code. Any kind of boat sales and repair, additional commercial watercraft, fueling stations, these can all be allowable uses under the subcategory of marinas. That's not something that the applicant has proposed. It's something that if they were to offer in the future, including an expansion on the number of watercraft that they're operating commercially at the facility, they would also need to come back for an amendment of this conditional use permit based on that proposed condition 11. And then we have our boilerplate conditions. These are generally the last conditions under any conditional use permit, that any violation of the conditions will allow the City Commission to review this and potentially rescind or modify the conditional use permit. So this is in addition to the earlier criteria that would allow for the specific standards for the outdoor music request. In item 13, the City Commission may review the conditional use permit periodically to determine whether it complies with the terms and conditions. For potential future action that is taken by the Commission tonight, we ask that separate action be taken on the conditional use permit. That is conditional use permit 25127 through resolution 2026-10. We ask that you approve with conditions, deny, or if you need additional information that we cannot provide tonight, that you continue it to a specified date certain. The same action be taken separately for the variances that are requested tonight. We do have the applicant and their agent present, a number of the owner's representatives, and I will turn it over to them for their presentation.
Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Brandon. Mayor, Commissioners, Brian Unks, 625 Court Street, here on behalf of the applicant and the property owner, Ping Pong Partners. We have Chaz Bruck and Steve Gianfilippo here with us. We also have Anthony Padala from Foster Consulting, who previously worked with FDEP for over a decade on dock design and management. This is an owner-operated application, an owner-operated project. This property is not under contract. There's been a significant amount of investment and planning put into this by this team, and this is the team that's behind the Armature Works on Riverwalk in Tampa. They are high-quality developers. They are family-friendly developers. They want this to be a crown jewel in their portfolio where they can take their own families. They are very, very concerned about being good neighbors, and we have met with the leadership, the board, and the property management of the Yacht and Tennis Club, have had great dialogue. They have the cell phone numbers and emails of the owners already, and so we're looking forward to being a substantial and significant improvement over what's there and even over what was there in the past, and being good neighbors and good property owners while also redeveloping and revitalizing a blighted eyesore of a property that was substantially damaged during the hurricanes. As you can see, this is the existing footprint. All of the use is retained within the submerged land lease. None of the use is going outside of the submerged land lease that has already been in place for decades. And as Mr. Berry pointed out, we're actually reducing the intensity of the project. We're going from 106 slips to 70. So we're reducing the number of slips by 36. We are also reducing the length of the dock by 5 feet. We're reducing the width of the dock by almost 20 feet, and we're actually increasing the setbacks to the northern property line and to the southern property line. The variance is based upon the hurricane and the substantial damage that was caused by the hurricane. As Mr. Berry pointed out in the staff report, similar variances have been granted in the past for other similarly affected properties and even property in 2023. So this is not uncommon for previously approved marinas, particularly marinas who've provided a benefit to the Blind Pass Marina area and marinas that have provided a benefit and a boating atmosphere for this community to be redeveloped and reconstructed when they've been damaged or when their useful life is done within their existing footprint. And again, our proposal is to reduce the intensity and to also reduce the increase the setbacks and reduce the length of the docks. You can see the substantial damage. I'm sure most of you drive by this property on a regular basis. It was substantially damaged. It is an eyesore. And what we're proposing also increases the size of the slips, which is going to increase the quality of the boats and of the tenants, which is going to support a high quality use of the marina and of the property. So there's two things before you today, as Mr. Berry pointed out. First is the conditional use for the upland. What we're trying to do there is reestablish a restaurant use, which has been a restaurant use for decades. And again, we're going to make it a more high quality, family friendly use, which will be owner operated, not leased out to a tenant, not like the Sea Hag. And my clients are actually responsible for moving that tenant on prior to the hurricanes. So again, this is a well thought out and going to be a well-managed project. So the conditional use, the only conditional use that's available or that's applicable for you is the live music, which is governed by your code. And as Mr. Berry pointed out, we have agreed to all of the conditions of approval, including a noise governor. So we're going to have a noise governor on the KRA speakers, which will be house speakers. There will be no outside speakers. There'll be no outside equipment that will be allowed. And those KRA speakers are going to be limited by the sound pressure, which limits the decibel, and there'll be decibel counting equipment that will be able to identify what is the allowable decibels. Also, all of these speakers, which I think there's going to be two to four, are oriented away from the property lines. They're pointed out towards the water, and only the southern area of the property, which is by where the rentals are now, where those jet ski rentals are now, by the bridge, that's the only area where there'll be performers, live performers, according to the conditions of approval. And so we think that that all takes into consideration and mitigates for the noise concerns. Finally, you retain ultimate control over the conditional use, and you contain strict control over it. And we're totally fine with that because we want to trust but verify. So if there's 2 substantiated violations of the decibels within a year, we can come right back here and you can say, Mr. Unks, you told us that you were going to be good neighbors and you've had 3 violations and we're going to no more live music. That's within your discretion. And that's, again, the ultimate trust but verify that you have before you today. Additionally, as Mr. Berry pointed out, any violation of the conditions of approval can come back to you to remove the conditional use. So in terms of the live music, there has been significant work done with the staff and also with the leadership. We haven't talked to everybody at Yacht and Tennis Club. It's obviously a very large community, but we have talked to the leadership. We've exchanged emails, we've exchanged phone numbers, we've talked to the property management, and I think we've satisfied quite a few folks that are concerned about the intent and the quality of this development. So this is the site plan that shows the upland, the parking, and then it shows a portion of the marina. You can see here, and I don't know if I have a pointer on here or not, do I? Yeah, okay, there's a pointer, but you guys can't see what I'm pointing at. So the southern area here, by where it says landscape, north of the jet ski rental, that is a site visibility triangle kind of showing you where this speaker will be oriented out towards the water and away from the property line. That is the southern portion. That's the only portion on the conditions of approval that's allowed to have live performances. That's hundreds of feet away from the northern property line. And there'll be buildings. I mean, there are substantial buildings and improvements that will mitigate any noise from traveling directly north to that property line. And again, you can see here, the property by the time you get to the northern property line, I'm sorry, I was going the wrong direction. By the time you get to the northern property line, it's pretty substantially set back anyway. And there's additional structures and things that are barriers and walls, an opaque wall that is on the site that will be improved to, again, mitigate noise issues. But those sound governors, those work. And we've talked to the city staff, we've talked to Mr. Berry, and we've confirmed that other sites that have been approved for outdoor music for conditional uses that use sound governors have worked. They have worked. They haven't had to come back to you to pull those conditional uses. So we think that we've met the competent substantial evidence through the staff report, through the application, and through the testimony of Mr. Padala here in a moment, that we do meet the code criteria for the conditional use. Mr. Berry identified 12 goals, policies, and objectives of the St. Petersburg Beach, St. Pete Beach Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan that are supported by this variance application and this conditional use application. And primarily it is to revitalize a blighted area that has existed for decades and to improve it beyond what it has been in the past. So as you know, these are the specific 4 variances that we're requesting to redevelop the dock. I've gone through that. And then I'm going to ask Mr. Padala to come and explain the marina layout. And again, the outline you're seeing in black and white, that's existing. So we existing have a number of slips that are backing out and hanging over the Yacht and Tennis Club's riparian line. We're getting rid of that. So the only thing that will be allowed to happen in this parallel area here on the colored area that's showing the brown, that's a floating dock. The center is the permanent dock, and the southern is a floating dock, and Mr. Padala will get into that. But what we're doing is we're moving those slips that are back out slips over the riparian lane. We're getting rid of those, and the only thing that will be allowed on that side of the property line will be transient, which means only for use of the restaurant. People that are coming and going from the restaurant, not overnight stays, not permanent stays, not mooring, but transient use to allow access to the restaurant that will be parallel parked in this space. So Mr. Padala, if you could come up and address the design, and then also some of the testimony that Mr. Berry asked for, and I might direct you a little bit if we need to on the testimony.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Anthony Padala. I'm with J. Foster Consulting. We're a marine structural engineering firm that was hired to assist with the design and permitting of the dock rebuild project. I work as an environmental consultant for J. Foster. Prior to J. Foster, I worked with the FDEP in the Environmental Resource Permitting and Sovereign Submerged Lands program for about 11 years. So some of what I'm going to say is just going to be echoing what Brian kind of already mentioned, but as you can see, the dock design is in substantially the same footprint as what's been existing out there with some forward-thinking ideas. One that Brian just mentioned is reducing some of the potential for issue they had on the northern end with the perpendicular slips and the extra space required for ingress and egress out of there, whereas now it's just going to be parallel mooring and just temporary mooring there. Those are not overnight slips, as Brian alluded to. Also, we're going to maintain one fixed dock segment there in the middle so that anyone who wants to have boat lifts can install boat lifts, but we're going with floating docks for the others as they tend to be a little bit more resilient in storm conditions. On that, the docks are designed, rated to withstand hurricane Category 1 conditions, fully loaded, meaning all slips occupied by vessels tied off to the dock, or a Category 5 hurricane unloaded. When it comes to setbacks, so this project has been reviewed by the FDEP, and normally when you have a project on sovereign submerged lands for any new structures, the state requires a 25-foot setback from riparian lines. However, they reviewed the project, and because we are keeping everything within their authorized submerged land lease boundary, they're not requiring us to proactively get letters of no objection from adjacent property owners to the north and south. I will mention that there should be a lease public noticing process in which those folks, including the DOT, would have an opportunity to comment if they want to. But as of right now, the state, the DEP has reviewed it for the setbacks, and they don't have an issue with it.
And that's specifically regarding the southern setback closer to the bridge.
Correct. Both. I mean, both setbacks. Yes, but yes.
Okay. And Anthony, there was a question about the material of the dock and what that would be made of. Can you address that?
So yeah, again, the dock there in the middle in the brown is going to be timber, wood, all fixed so that they can implement boat lifts as needed in those slips, whereas the rest is going to be floating concrete.
And the liveaboards, what was your research? What did your research indicate about the history of liveaboards and how that'll be regulated in terms of sanitation and facilities and pump out?
Sure. So, going back, you can see these docks have been out there in their current, now damaged configuration for over 30 years. The oldest submerged land lease document I found on record with the state was from 1987. That lease designated with liveaboards, and it referenced a DER permit, which was before the DEP. There was the DER. It was from 1975. Those records were incomplete, but I presume that it was authorized in that permit as well. And liveaboards have been authorized in every subsequent renewed submerged land lease since 1987.
Thank you, Anthony. He'll be here to answer your questions. So again, Anthony, thank you. Liveaboards, I know, has been a question. Those have been existing on site since 1987. And again, we're reducing the number of total slips. So the available slips for liveaboards will be 32. And we're greatly increasing the size of the individual slips, which will increase the quality of the vessel and will, again, contribute to a high-quality redevelopment project that will be supportive of a family-friendly environment and atmosphere. Additionally, in every lease that we have, which is standard for anyone who's done leases before, all of our tenants have to comply with every law, ordinance, and code applicable to their occupancy, which would include a noise ordinance. So any violations of the noise ordinance by a liveaboard would certainly be grounds for eviction, and our clients have demonstrated through their ownership of the property that they are committed to making sure that the property functions within the law and follows the rules. And that's what we're here to do, and that's why we are agreeable to all of those conditions of approval. There will be, at the top you see where it says building, that is an existing building or will be redeveloped, and that is going to be a clubhouse, so that will have the sanitation facilities. All of those things are required by FDEP for liveaboards, so the upland sanitation facilities, and then the pump out will either be redeveloped or it'll be an off-site company that comes in and does the pump out. We haven't figured that out yet, but the current pump out has been decommissioned, it's been damaged, it doesn't work, so we'll either do a new pump out or we'll have an off-site company that comes in to manage the pump out. So again, I think I've gone through the request, the specific request and the variance request. Obviously, the hardship is that there was a hurricane that substantially damaged the property as it relates to the docks. The docks could not be repaired. They were very, very, very damaged, and we want to fortify those and make them more resilient. We want them to be resilient for any future storms that we have, which is something that Mr. Badala addressed. The outdoor music, again, is strictly regulated. It is allowable per code. It's strictly regulated. It will have noise governors. It will be limited to live performances on the southern side of the property, which is several hundred feet away from the northern property line. And there will also be significant improvements that will mitigate any of that. And it's oriented towards the water. And again, we're agreeing to no live music or no amplified music after 10 p.m. on any day of the week. Which I believe is a very appropriate and good condition for the property to ensure that it stays within compliance. And I believe, and we've heard, and you saw one email from a member of the Yacht and Tennis Club that says they're looking forward to this improvement. It's an eyesore. They've had to look at it now for 2 years, waiting for it to be redeveloped, and finally we have the right developer and the right property owner who's committed to St. Pete Beach, committed to be a good property owner, and will absolutely be accountable and responsible for this development. So again, we believe we've provided competent substantial evidence in this quasi-judicial proceeding through both the testimony of Mr. Berry, the very thorough staff report of Mr. Berry, finding that the variance and the conditional use application meet or exceed 12 different goals, policies, and objectives of your comprehensive plan are supportable, and also that it is consistent. Not that this creates a precedent, because it doesn't. Each variance case stands on its own merits, but that it is consistent and does not comply any special benefit on the property owner, because it is very similar to other variances that have been granted by the commission for other existing marinas that were non-conforming, that were developed under the standards of the Pinellas County Code back in the 80s and 90s, and that would include the Wharf Restaurant and Paso Grill, and also the Paso Grill Marina. And those were the two that were specifically mentioned by Mr. Berry. Again, we're happy to answer any questions that you have. I know it's been a long night. Thank you so much for your attention and your consideration. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you, both city staff and for the development team. Are there questions from the commissioners?
I do have public
You
comment.
have public comment?
Yes.
Okay.
Michael Bloom.
Thank you to the mayor and the commissioners. My name is Michael Bloom. I live at 9425 Blind Pass Road. I listened to the presentation, but I heard nothing about Blind Pass Road at Gulf Boulevard. So is there going to be, it's a state-owned road, I imagine. Is there going to be a study done, a traffic study done, crosswalk, pedestrian trafficking, exit and entrance into the property? You mentioned 180 parking lots. You mentioned 70 boat slips and a restaurant. That's going to add more congestion to Blind Pass Road. I want to know if there will be a traffic study.
Yes, sir.
Anyone
City
answer?
manager,
So process-wise, take public comment. That gives you an opportunity to ask the questions of the public to the applicant
understood.
and staff.
Thank you. Thanks, sir.
So we will get an answer for you.
William Webster.
Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. Where did I put this to? All right. Good evening, and it is evening now, and it's a privilege to be here, and thank you for the opportunity.
Sir, can I please get your name, your address? I know it's William Webster. Would you please give me your address, please?
Sorry?
Your address, please, sir? Address.
Right. I'm William Webster, and I live at 9525 Blind Pass Road.
Thanks, sir.
Unit 1001 in Courageous Brewing. That is overlooking directly the developmental project. And I've seen a lot of things in my 38 years of citizen of St. Pete Beach and Yacht and Tennis Club.
Thanks, sir. Thank you.
And my concern is kind of simple. It's more of a traffic thing. Not pro-traffic, but if you look at what I put up, you see we've been living with this problem of all these boats encroaching our waterway. And if you notice, our 30-foot slips are not occupied by 30-foot boats. You cannot navigate. I had a boat slip at the end, and you cannot navigate this waterway with all these boats protruding. Now, this plan is for a 16.1 foot dock or whatever, and the aspiration is for bigger yachts to dock there. We have at least 3 boats I know in our marina that are over 20 feet wide. One is 24 foot wide. My friend Glenn back here, his boat is 13 foot wide almost, and it's about only 39 foot long. So when you dock on this and you put out your fenders and whatnot, you're going to be sticking out again, and it's going to make it difficult to navigate this. Now, I really applaud the development and getting rid of this eyesore. And just a simple solution would be just do away with the transient dock on the north side, and that would free up the waterway for navigation. It would, increase our ability to navigate in and out, and especially this current. And understand this current, if you look at a mile, it's 5,280 feet. 1 mile an hour current is divide that by 60, and you get 88 feet per minute, which divide that by 60, and you get 1.5 feet per second. 1.5 feet, 1 Mississippi. That's at 1 mile an hour, and it's going to 1.5. That current is ripping, and it's really difficult to dock your boat, my boat, especially sideways. If you're going headed in or sternwise in, it's not so bad. But if you're sideways to this current, it's going to be quite interesting. And it's entertaining for us. We've seen all kinds of things, boats sinking, boats on fire, boat raising up. We've seen the forensic people gathering evidence. We've seen bodies taken off boats. It's just been quite entertaining, and I guess it's going to continue. But thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, sir.
Les Lloyd. Aaron Zions.
Members of the City Council, my name is Aaron Zions. I'm president of Courageous Association. I reside at 9525 Blind Pass Road, unit number 607, and I'm also the vice president of the YTC, which represents the 5 buildings within inside the YTC of St. Pete Beach. We met with Ping Pong Enterprises. I was one of the people. There was several of us there. We were, and District Councilman Marriott, had a very good meeting. With the 7 items that you've put on there are the things that we discussed. The central sound system being with directional speakers, and now they've said there'll be a governor on it. We discussed active management, so that there will always be somebody there to check the property, so you don't have this going on and off. Premises, the transient docks would not impede the fairway. There is a solution to that, that no boat larger than a 14-foot beam be put on that, and no rafting up in that area would solve that problem as well. We did discuss something that's not here tonight, that hasn't been discussed so far, that the center dock would be used or have some Airbnb townhomes put there. In our discussion, they said they would not go over 2 stories. Seems reasonable. I would hope that that would be incorporated into the requirements or with the inclusion of a deck on top of the 2-story town houseboats, as they call it, or as one of the people in our area call it, the townhouse barges. That the new grading of the property not have any water intrusion into our property. That the parking lot have a 30% pervious land use similar to ours over in the condos to help dissipate some of the water instead of the 10% that's now. Also cheaper for them to put in shell than to put in tar and block that off. That the access to the gate not be blocked. There's a gate for utilities and access to our south side there. It's that the city controls. You have keys to it. The Airbnb is a different use than somebody who is living in the houseboat. Okay. No. So finally, before my time runs out, because we did not have the previous meeting, the meeting for the Board of Adjustment, we didn't get to vet this. So I didn't get to bring it to our people and say, hey, as a board, this is what we decide. So I can only speak tonight as a unit owner. If all of these items that I just went over are addressed, I don't see a problem in there, along with the traffic. So unfortunately, I can't speak as president or vice president of the YTC board, but I do think that this is a good opportunity to work with a proven landlord or proven businessman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Bono.
I am Steve Bono, 9525 Blind Pass Road, 1007, St. Pete Beach. We've been working with Karen on this project, and we met with the owners 2 weeks ago. It was only 2 weeks ago we all met, had great conversations, and we're real happy about this project in many ways, but we also are a little cautious. We want to be sure that the noise, you know, being an outdoor venue, Sea Dogs has been a great neighbor of ours across the water. They shut down at 10 o'clock. You know, we've got good neighbors there. And we just hope that we can continue that with these gentlemen and have a great neighborhood. We like to eat a lot. About 700 people there, and we go out 2 or 3 times a week to eat. So you might have a line out the door, Steve. And maybe DoorDash and Uber Eats can come in too and just deliver right to our front door. But no, we really are. A few concerns is the noise. And I think the Airbnb thing, you know, a lot of communities now are worried about Airbnbs coming into their neighborhoods. And as long as they can, you know, keep an eye on the noise, and we don't want any frat houses coming in and staying up all night. That wouldn't be a lot of fun. But other than that, I'm pretty excited about the project, and we like to be, the number one thing we said, we're all looking for good neighbors. And I think that's what we want to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen Strakowski.
Karen Strakowski, and I live at 9495 Blind Pass Road in the Intrepid Building. A lot of things that have been mentioned before me. Some of the same concerns I have. I think the biggest concern is because typically something does go through the planning board or the Board of Adjustments, and I felt like the notice we got that there was a hearing was pretty quick too. Legal, but pretty quick. I am concerned about no traffic study because I'd like to know what the minimum requirement is for the sightline on northbound and southbound Blind Pass. It's very difficult, even with the pedestrian crosswalk there, to get across. And when I think of cars coming out left and right there, as well as getting in and out of our complex, I think it's going to be more difficult. So I really do feel that a traffic study would be an important thing to do. I did notice in the material that the submerged land lease had expired, so I would like to make sure that there is a valid submerged land lease. And I do have a question because in the past several years there have been a couple of meetings with previous District 1 commissioners about potential development, and we were told that most backed out because of potential for environmental contamination with the fuel tanks there. So I hope that has been checked out and addressed as well. And I think Aaron mentioned, somebody mentioned that we need the continued access to the Yacht and Tennis Club through that parking lot there over on the south side or west side. And artists and bands, I think we were told that, we were told at our recent Yacht and Tennis Club meeting that with the smaller group meeting, that they talked about it wouldn't be bands who could bring their own equipment, it would be more like solo artists. But yet in the presentation tonight, I saw artists and bands. So the noise is a consideration. And I do have one person who asked me today, can we find out what will happen to that osprey nest that's out there? So that's it.
Thank you.
Ronnie Tobin. Ronnie Tobin.
Is that it?
That's all that I have.
Okay. Thank you. Listen, first I wanted to thank again, the public for their comments on both for and against. It was very interesting to hear both, and I was inclined to jump in, but I was told to hold my questions, so we'll save those for the presenters and for the city staff. I'll open it up to questions and discussion from the commissioners, please. Commissioner Marriott.
Sure, I'll jump in. Thanks again, Brandon and the staff for your thorough report, and to the applicant. And also thanks to the neighbors there at Yacht and Tennis Club for proactively reaching out to me and allowing me to meet with you guys and the applicant to try to make this a relatively smooth process. And I just want to say I'm very excited about this project. I am super excited to have a higher end, better kind of experience dining establishment up there on the north end of the beach. Most of the people that I speak to in my neighborhood, of course, I'm in the residential neighborhood a bit south of there, but most of my neighbors that I've seen walking around in the neighborhood are super excited about it. And so So I think this has the potential to be a really great project. I do have a couple of questions, and let me start with a couple of questions for staff. So if Brandon or Kristen are available, I did want to clarify that stormwater management on the site, is that something that gets evaluated and handled at the time of site plan when there's permits applied for?
That's correct, and that would apply regardless of whether a conditional use permit's issued. We have the same standards. The standard is that for any new development, they be held to the development as if it were an unimproved site. So we will make sure that there is adequate retention or detention, whether it's underground. We see a lot of underground vaults, but that will be addressed if this development moves forward.
And the goal of our stormwater requirements is that all stormwater is handled on the site, right? So the goal is to not have stormwater running off onto neighboring properties.
That's correct. With the FDOT facilities there, we'll have to coordinate with them with SwiftMud as well, but we will work together with them on that on the site plan.
Okay. And then could you clarify for me when our code requires a traffic study?
So the recommendation or the discretion usually starts at 50 peak hour trips. Based on my estimate, which is really just a reading of the ITE manual, looking at the pre and post development, the International Transportation Engineer Manual, 11th edition, we would expect that based on the restaurant size increase, and that's the absolute size, that is including the storage areas, the trailer and so on, this could be just over that threshold for a weekend day. At a peak hour, we could see up to about 54 additional trips. So we could, we will definitely work with FDOT through their access permit system. If this moves on to the site plan stage, that'll be something that the applicant needs to undertake. I believe they're closing one of their 2 curb cuts, the one closer to the bridge. And then, so they will need to work with FDOT on that. We can require a traffic study. Blind Pass Road, this segment is a substantially lower volume to capacity ratio than we have for other state roadways. It's 0.44, where 1 is usually failure. For reference, Gulf Boulevard's about a 0.78 currently. But we can require that, and we can work with the state on addressing these sightline issues at that stage.
All right, perfect. And I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Causey.
Yeah, for the applicant, I was wondering if they could give us more information, looking towards the environment, what the issue is with the pump out, like the pump out plan. Is that, why isn't that already resolved? Like, is whether it's going to be transient pump out or a permanent facility?
So to my understanding, the plan is to reinstate a pump out system. It's required if they want to accommodate liveaboard vessels at the marina. The previous fixed pump out system that was on site, I guess, was decommissioned some time ago, and they're not sure. I think that in discussions, the plan is likely to use a third-party mobile unit that will come service people's vessels at the marina. But I don't think that's set in stone yet. They can implement something on site, a pump out system, or they can go that route where they have a mobile service company. Right. The DEP, I mean, that's one of the requirements. If you're going to have liveaboards, the DEP requires you have upland facilities, washroom, restroom facilities, and that they will have access to, and then you have to have some sort of pump out system, pump out plan.
Commissioner Causey, if I might also add, just to get clarity on the process. So we're at the very beginning of the permitting process because we have to get a variance before we can move on to Pinellas County Water and Navigation. Pinellas County Water and Navigation is the body that actually issues the permit to construct marinas and docks. And so that will go through an extensive process that also requires FDEP approval as well. So all of those things will be addressed through that process. And if anything changes in terms of the variances required or requested, it'll come back to you for you to look at it again. And so that's kind of where we're at. It's not that we haven't done our homework, it's just that we can't even apply to Pinellas County Water and Nav for a permit until we get the local sign off from St. Pete Beach that says, yes, this is allowed.
Yeah, I was just trying to understand why there wasn't a plan
Yes, sir.
right now
Yes, sir.
between the two.
Commissioner Maldonado.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Unks. That was a very detailed briefing. You answered several of my questions regarding to the liveaboards, the noise governors, and then the active management piece. All that to say that I do think that this is a great opportunity to revitalize a blighted area. I'm happy if this goes through for District 1. I think that this is long overdue. I think that most of the support that I saw from the residents was very favorable. There were some concerns that I do think that need to be addressed. You know, if not traffic studies, possibly later on some traffic calming and things that are going to happen with occupancy. Overall, it looks great. I would say that this is a high quality potential. I am familiar with the Armature Works. Great stuff going on with that. And I commend you for bringing in a high value, high partner. I will say the parking situation is favorable. There's only 106 spaces required. It looks like so far 167 are depicted. I understand the concern with the transitory boat slips, but navigating on the water is never easy. So common sense and, you know, right of way and things like that will dictate that. So, yeah, no, I think that this is a great opportunity. So far, I'm very supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Robinson.
I'm glad to see this area being developed or looking at being developed. It's been needing some revitalization for a while now. I do have some questions. Like, I guess maybe I'll start with staff. Thanks, Brandon. On the CG1,
Yes.
what is the Airbnb rules for that?
So my understanding with liveaboards, using Airbnbs casually, I believe the state land lease, unless it's changed since the last time it was renewed for this property, it's a minimum of 5 days. And they actually, for liveaboards, to my understanding, they don't allow for length of stay to exceed 6 months because that would be demonstration of permanent residency within a vessel. So I believe the range is 5 days to 6 months. The applicant could verify that, though.
Okay. And for the wharf and the Paso Grill Marina, explain a little bit more about what we did there for their variance.
So with the wharf, they received a variance to setbacks as well. They had gone through a reconstruction of their dock facilities a couple of years ago, and they had come to this commission at the time for those requests. For the marina, I know that several years ago they had added vessels to commercially operated vessels to their marina. I believe they had made some repairs post-storm, but I don't remember that one going for a variance. That was the wharf, I believe, that obtained a variance through the conditional use permit process.
So the only one was the wharf and not Paso Grill Marina.
I don't remember the Paso Grill Marina. I can take a look to see if we've issued one in the last several years, but it was the wharf that I recall from 2023.
And what type of area? I mean, like how many feet? What percentage? What did we give them?
I can get those numbers for you. I can pull the staff report back up, but I don't have them offhand. So
Well, I'm just trying to figure out similar, if it is similar, or if it is not similar. Just trying to get consistency. I mean, my concern with asking that is just, you know, what we would do for a resident versus what we would do, you know, for a business as well. You know, coming in on something that's substantially damaged and what we allow to be built back or what we allow to be reconstructed and in that regards.
with the wharf, I know that there were encroachments toward the extended riparian lines on the side. I believe they did get very close. In terms of overall length, it's a much smaller facility, and they of course have the building that extends over the water. That's a special circumstance that doesn't apply elsewhere in the city. I don't believe they went out as far as this facility, but I can get the numbers for you.
Okay, I would be curious to know what percentage or how much we gave them as far as footage. I mean, we're looking at, for a rebuild, 231, we're asking for, another 60, 59 feet. So just, we've looked at less than that, so just,
I'll get those numbers for you.
okay. Let's see, what other one? Yes, so that one, I think that's all I have right now for staff. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Is there a valid submerged land lease?
So my understanding is that the submerged land lease is under renewal, but I don't have firsthand knowledge, but I suspect just from my time working in the DEP and with leases, we have a modification to the lease application in-house right now that's being processed. And typically at a renewal is the best time to apply for a modification because it's the same fee, you only pay it once. And so I'm not sure, they may be issuing the renewed lease and may be in processing and it may be forthcoming, or they may be waiting until they just process our modified lease that we've applied for. I'm not sure. I'd have to inquire with the Division of State Lands on that.
So what I can tell you, Commissioner, from speaking with the property owners, they paid the renewal fee 3 months ago and they were just waiting on the renewal. So obviously, even if you approve this tonight, it would be contingent upon that submerged land lease being renewed, which again goes through the multi-step process.
So it sounds like the renewed lease is either forthcoming or they're going to wait until they
So it's applied for.
issue the modified.
Okay. And then the fixed docks are in the middle and floating docks on both sides. And on the northern side, are all of those floating docks transient or just the parallel?
No, the interior slips, those 19, those will accommodate overnight mooring. Those are more like permanent slips. The transient is only on the outer northern side that'll more parallel. That's just touch and go, temporary. Patrons of the restaurant want to come up, get a bite to eat, and they're out. We're not intended to allow overnight mooring on the outside there.
Okay, so you're looking at then liverboards as well, or what is on the south side?
What is on the south side?
Yeah, what is that? We've got liverboards, in the middle? We've got liverboards on the north and parallel. So what is on the docks on the south side?
I think those are just standard permanent slips that can be leased.
Okay.
My understanding is there's 38 wet slips and 32 liveaboard slips. Okay. And that's what's in the staff report. And I did want to just mention the liveaboards. So the liveaboards, as I think you all know, they have to be registered vessels. The intent is not for the property owner to build permanent structures that are 2 stories high and advertise them for Airbnb or whatever. I've not heard the applicant talk about Airbnb or Vrbo or anything like that. This is, your traditional owner-occupied vessel for minimum of 5 days, no longer than 6 months, as permitted by FDEP. So,
What are the restaurant hours of operation?
those haven't been established, but they will be similar to, Sea Dogs and your normal restaurant operation. Like I said, we've committed to no live music or amplified music after 10 on any night, but we haven't gotten to what the hours of operation will be.
I'm just saying a concern for noise, being that those transient are on the closest to the residential side. And over water, noise just travels. I mean, if we haven't learned that over here, I don't know who has. I mean, we're getting hit with that from all sides. So I'm just concerned about that. Hence, if it's a 2 a.m. scenario that your restaurant's going to stay open, is it restaurant or restaurant bar? What is it? Yeah.
It's going to be a restaurant. We all know that Sea Dog closes at 10. We know the beach isn't busy after 10, 11 o'clock at night. It's going to be a restaurant. It's not, obviously, if we can't have live music or music after 10 o'clock, we're not going to be open, really. Who's going to hang out in silence? It's not the type of business we operate. That's the gist, but
Did that answer your question?
Close, yes.
Okay. And I guess the only other thing I could just say and reiterate is that any violation of the noise ordinance, whether it's from amplified music or from a transient boat, is grounds to come back on the conditional use for.
Right, I did see in here that,
Limiting the transient boats to the noise ordinance as well, and that would also be in the lease along with any of the boat rentals if they're violating that. And if the restaurant's closed, none of the transient boats will be able to be allowed.
They won't be there.
yeah, I think I saw in here that not only will they be responsible for any fines or whatever, as well as the owners will be.
Correct, yes.
We're
So-
regulated.
Yeah.
It's
So-
the exact advantage, just like
Right.
we're obligating ourselves to agree.
Let's see. Oops, let's close down. I'll let somebody else go. I know I'll have more. Thank you.
Commissioner Marriott, please.
Sure. I've got another question for you, Brandon. The gate that's been mentioned between the two properties, that's not notated on the site plan anywhere. I'm assuming that that is also something that would be dealt with at the time of site plan approval when they are coming for permits.
Yes, so that looks to intersect that utility easement that was pointed out. I think that was put in place back in the 60s. We received a boundary and a topographic survey for the submittal, which is sufficient at this stage, but when we move on to the site plan stage, they are required to file a title survey, so those items that aren't immediately evident are usually picked up in that. We will have the fire marshal and the fire department involved, so if there's any access requirements, we would definitely address it at that stage as well. So.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And then, do I have a question for the applicant? I guess, and you might know this question, or the applicant might know this question, but the floating dock that's on the north side, where there would be transient slips on the north side of that floating dock, do we know what the distance is from that dock to the neighboring dock at Yacht and Tennis Club?
When I scaled it off, the submerged land area starts at about 60 feet away, 60 to 65 feet away. I don't know the actual distance to the dock, but that is the distance to the submerged land area, basically.
Okay, so from the Yacht and Tennis Club dock to the edge of the submerged land lease is about 60 feet?
From the edge of this proposed dock
Of this-
to the submerged land lease.
Oh, okay, I understand. Okay, from the edge of this dock to the edge of the submerged land lease, okay, is 60 feet.
Approximately.
Okay.
Commissioner Robinson, I did get those numbers for you on the wharf dock. They had requested a width of 87%, where 75% is the standard that's allowed. This applicant is seeking a 94% of the width of the property at the waterfront. The wharf's width is only 100 feet at the waterfront, so they have a substantially different standard than in terms of absolute or linear number of feet. The wharf was granted a 93% length, so 93 feet against a property width of 100 feet at the waterfront. This property owner is requesting 95.5, so 2.5% more. And they had asked for a 0-foot south side setback, so a 100% variance to the 10% standard. This applicant is seeking effectively the same.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Causey.
I am very excited to have you guys be a part of the city, so I'm really looking forward to that. I think it's going to be great, and something that's well needed and in our city. I guess talking about the variance, have you guys told us what the hardship is that's associated with this variance on the south side? What is it that requires that variance?
For the south side?
For the south side.
Anthony, you want to address that? I mean, the hardship in and of itself is the substantial damage from the hurricane, but I guess your question is, why is it moving closer to the south side than it is now?
To the highway, yeah.
One of the answers is to move it farther away from the northern property line, but Anthony, if you want to address that.
You're talking about the pier on the southern end. The reason it's shifting south is because we calculated the necessary fairway width between that dock and the center dock in terms to have adequate turnaround, ingress, egress for the boats to get in and out of these slips and get out of there.
For navigability. we're reducing the number of slips, as you know, from 106 to 70. So the boats are getting larger, but the slips are less number of boats, so higher quality vessels.
Yeah, so it does look like those are the larger slips along the highway side and of the entire facility.
Yeah, so they needed a little bit more fairway width in between there for just adequate dimensions. Oh, you mean vessels? Yeah, well, you can see with the change in design, you know, before vessels could tuck in under the south side of that dock, kind of underneath the bridge there. I'm not sure what kind of issues that could create, but this is closing everything in, keeping everything within the confines of their lease footprint, marina footprint.
Okay, thank you. That answered my question.
Commissioner Robinson?
I'm just, back to the hardship. I'm trying to figure out, you're allowed to, if you redevelop or you're substantially damaged, then you must become compliant. I mean, that's what our code says, that you must become compliant with this. So with what we require. So sell me on the hardship again, because I'm not sure I'm getting it. It's still the same footprint. Sell me on the hardship.
Commissioner, I really kind of want to defer to staff on that because they're agreeing with us that there is a hardship, and I'm not trying to be smart about that. But the issue is that you have goals, policies, and objectives in your comprehensive plan that promote redeveloping marina uses and these types of uses. St. Pete Beach, I think, prides itself on being a family-oriented, boating-oriented community. And what we're trying to do is maintain an existing marina that was non-conforming prior to the hurricane, and improve it substantially and significantly as a benefit to the community while maintaining that boating culture and that boating lifestyle that's so important to life in a beach community like St. Pete Beach. So the hardship is that it was non-conforming, it was destroyed, and we're actually reducing the non-conformity that existed prior, while also reducing the intensity of it. So that would be our position on the hardship. You also have a provision of your code as it relates to density, which doesn't apply to a marina, but as it relates to density that says if you have non-conforming density that's substantially damaged by a hurricane, you can rebuild that non-conforming density in the existing square footage of what you had before. And so there is a precedent in the code and public policy that supports, I think, what we're asking for here. And again, I think the staff has agreed with that and their own independent expert analysis, which is sufficient enough without us making a presentation to support the application, in our opinion. Thank you.
I believe that was density, though, but not the expansion on the other. I mean, that's what requires the variance. Okay. That's all I have.
Okay, this is one of the benefits of being the mayor. You get to listen to all the questions and kind of tick them off. I did have a bunch of questions on here. I do have some more that are left over, though, but I've ticked off a lot of my questions. Let me see. Let me just see if I've got questions for. I think most of these so far seem to be for the applicant. Let me just make sure. I don't have one for Brandon, because I think most of those have been answered. So, sorry, I just had a bunch of questions here. All right, so applicant questions, please. I realize you're just asking for a dock and outside music, right? But I think some of the concerns we heard from the residency is noise and impacts. I know you showed me kind of an overhead view of what this facility will look like. I know it's got a rooftop kind of deck that'll have some music on it. What I couldn't see is a front elevation of it. Are we talking a one-story building, that's just got a rooftop deck? I'm not talking about a six-story building. I'm just talking about a one-story building that,
There is no rooftop deck. There's no rooftop deck.
It's a canopy structure. Think of Utiki in Jupiter, if you've seen that.
Sorry, no.
Just as a reference.
Okay.
Open air place, kitchen in the back.
All right, so not on the rooftop. You're still on the ground floor.
On the restaurant, they're going to be a thatch roof look.
Okay.
It'll be a canopy style that will drape down over the sides, right, and have like a vaulted ceiling.
Okay.
The seawall's also getting raised 30 inches So that will bring the side up as well, and it will match the seawall to the north of us that was just put in by the condos.
Okay. So now I'm on the ground floor,
Yep.
and I presume there's some kind of wall structure possibly between me and the neighboring
So we're
tennis courts?
leaving the existing northern building that's shown next to the green space on the northern line.
Mhm.
That will be the clubhouse for
Okay.
the dock. So that will be your restrooms and your showers, et cetera. So that existing building will be staying. That's a one-story structure. That will be the northern barrier. And we've also increased, as you can see the green, we've increased the buffer already than what's currently there along the northern edge of the property.
Okay. And
So-
your limiters that you're provide the decibel limiters, right? They're going to guarantee the decibels leaving the property. And I know that the concerns we heard were from St. Pete Beach residents who are directly adjacent. I just want to make sure you've thought about good neighbors to our good neighbors in Treasure Island who are just across the water from us, right? We heard that Sea Dog's been a very good neighbor to the residents here. I just want to make sure that as you think about your decimals, I know we said we're pointing it out into the water, but now you're pointing it at our neighbors over in Treasure Island. So I just want to think that we're being good neighbors to them as well.
You know, I think we've been longtime operators. I've operated restaurants in Tampa since 2009. We have multiple outdoor venues in Tampa, no issues.
Okay.
So I think that speaks to, who we are. We're trying to do this as a long-term operation. We're not trying to. So yeah, I mean, the neighbors are our customers, so we want them to come.
Understood. Okay. I believe I heard the dock material on the center was wood, I believe. Is that the decking itself, or is that the pylons?
Pilings, but the decking material would be composite decking.
Like a Trex kind of thing?
Like a Trex decking, exactly.
Okay, good. I think it would last longer and look better.
Sure.
Okay.
And the only reason why we can't do concrete in the middle is because I want the ability to put some lifts in. I think there's a void of people renting lifts and having their boats up on a lift, and we want to have that optionality. I don't think they're all going to be that, but I want to have the optionality to put them in.
Okay.
That's the only reason why they won't be concrete.
Understood. All right, now my next topics are about the liveaboards, and most of them have been answered. But I assume I'm imagining I'm living aboard, and I've got my boat here, and I don't know if everybody's got the perfect sanitary shower situation. You mentioned a facility at the north end of your property where I theoretically could shower and have facilities. I know at some point the restaurant's going to close, and I know we're counting on our liveaboard tenants to be good tenants. How do we mitigate? Do they become noise ordinance issues if they're too loud after the restaurant closes at midnight and there's a loud liveaboard there?
Within our leases, we'll be able to regulate that. Obviously, we're going to be interviewing and putting the people there that we want there.
Okay.
That's part of managing things. It's just like anywhere. It's just like a hotel. If you have a noisy resident, or you just have to deal with it.
Right, and it's a quality of life issue for the other tenants. And so that's why it's such an important management issue. And just like why we wouldn't be blasting our own boat tenants with crazy loud music either, So I think what Chaz is saying is that any violation will be first and foremost dealt with by the owner and the operator who's going to be active before it even gets to the city. And any noise ordinance violation, whether it's from music or a noisy tenant, is still subject to your ultimate revocation of the approval.
Understood.
And I think that's part of upgrading the marina. It's not going to be the boats that are currently there are no longer going to be there.
Understood. One interesting question, maybe a question about I heard hurricane survivability, fully loaded Category 1, unloaded Category 5. I hope everything we get is 1 or less, but hypothetically we got a Category 3, 4, 5 coming in here, and this structure won't survive. Do you contemplate? Is this so we ask the liveaboards to vacate? As this storm's approaching, what do we do in those scenarios? In an emergency situation, we've got a storm coming bigger than your dock can handle. What do we do in those situations?
Yeah, I believe Pinellas County Water and Nav is going to require that they have a hurricane preparedness plan, and it's going to need to include how that process how they're going to dictate and manage that process in terms of moving those vessels and making sure people take responsibility for their vessels. It could be somewhat of an internal kind of policy, but
We're not going to have any boats that aren't able to be moved. And I think that was partially what happened in the last hurricane. There's boats that weren't able to be moved, and those boats.
And your policy will be that they will move. They will vacate theoretically your property? Is that
Whatever we're guided to do, but again, I don't want my marina to get destroyed either.
understood?
So,
Yeah, I just thinking about all sides of this emergency management kind of thing and make sure we've got a plan for it. I want to know what's going to go on. And I know that we're not having a conversation 3 days before to kind of figure out what we're going to do. So like, want to know that you got a plan for whatever, you know, the various agencies tell us, that we understand it and that we know how we're going to respond. And I'm not worried about finding somebody to tell me how you're going to react 3 days before the storm, because I think we'll be dealing with other issues internally. All right, thank you. Let me see, I might have a few more, but let me just double check. I did hear a resident comment about the transient dock to the north, so it's parallel docking, I guess would be the term. And one of the neighboring residents who has the docks just north of us was talking about we kind of squeeze their ability to egress out of their docks if we get too wide of a boat on that transient side. And so is there a way to mitigate? I can tell you personally on my dock, I've got some things that are actually off the dock, just another post that theoretically it limits the width of a boat that could get into that spot. So is there a mechanism to make sure that we get too wide of a boat that would hinder the egress of the boats coming out of our northern neighbors? Theoretically, I don't know the answer here. I'm suggesting possibly some posts in the water that are of a certain distance out that would make sure that you know.
We could do that. You'd have to do it strategically, so where you're not entrapping boats in there by putting a row of pilings. There is a 16-foot swath there between the edge of the dock and their lease boundary, so that's the corridor they have to work with. So that's a pretty wide boat, but I think we're already kind of mitigating what's currently a worse issue, which is with the boats more perpendicular, is much more encroachment, you know, just moored, and then with having ingress and egress and all that, we're doing what we can to kind of alleviate that a little bit.
Okay. And it could be,
I'm sorry,
please.
Mayor, if you look at this image here, can you see that?
Yes, I can.
So this is the current layout, and you're seeing that there are boats that kind of go over the property line. And then you're also seeing that there is a 60-foot separation from from where we're proposing to put that northern dock, as Mr. Barry pointed out, approximately 60 feet between that dock and the submerged land lease for the Yacht and Tennis Club. So there is a significant amount of room there, and when we're talking about a parallel parked vessel, it's certainly not going to hang out wider or longer than a perpendicular parked vessel. And remember, keeping in mind again, navigability is going to be looked at very, 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 very closely by Pinellas County Water Navigation. Okay. They might come back and say, you can't have transient slips there. I mean, I don't know what they're going to say. We don't know that part yet. So I do think it's improving the current situation. I think it's manageable, and I think there's sufficient space there to make it work.
Just wanted to hear the answers. Thank you. Last question, I believe. So I heard, you know, I'm thinking of the questions I heard from the residents or the concerns I heard. Noise, impacts on ingress and egress in their neighborhoods, and their docking, and then the last one was a traffic study, and I know that will come later in the process. I assume you're amenable to the traffic study and all of the impacts or associated adjustments that may come from that.
Yes, sir, not a problem. I would be surprised if it does hit the more than 50 peak hour, even on the weekends. And as Commissioner Maldonado pointed out, we have ample parking. People don't come places for parking spots. Parking spots give them a place to get off the road. So the parking spots themselves are not going to attract people. The use is going to attract people. And I understand the restaurant use is technically increasing in size, but it's also becoming an outdoor restaurant, which is really meant to service a marina, which is reducing the number of slips by 30 slips. So I think all things considered, it's going to be a very similar traffic situation to what previously existed.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's the last of my questions. Thank you.
If no one else has anything to say, I'd like to make a motion to approve, or,
I have some.
oh, you have, okay, go ahead. All right, go ahead.
Before we go that route, I just want to talk about a couple things with the CUP, with the conditional use permit. As far as making that with the business, not with the property, because we've made that mistake in the past. So make sure that the CUP goes with the business and not the property. And also ask the question, do we want to discuss what reviewed periodically means? There's no definition on the periodically. And that's one of our general conditions.
Just a comment on the periodically, from a staff perspective, we'd probably prefer to keep that because it gives us maximum flexibility instead of putting us into a regular review that maybe for 80% of them, not necessary, the complexity isn't there, and so just create work for the sake of work. So I think it's better to keep it broad, that we can see if it's working, if we're having issues, we contact the owner and try to work it out, and if we can't, then we move more into a formal process.
Sounds like periodically gives us some flexibility on what periodically means, right? And that's kind of
Correct.
Okay, understood.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or as needed.
Yes. Yes.
Either one.
And I imagine that applies to all conditional use permits, right? That's everything. So maybe we revisit that as part of anything going forward, theoretically, if it's an as needed or a either way. I think that's a discussion we can take offline. I'll leave that. Commissioner Robinson, other questions?
The only one would be that the conditional use permit goes with the business.
Well, I think, Brandon, you could come up, but I think right now this would go with the property, but you could add a condition that a change of owner or operator shall require city council approval. If that's something you wanted to do.
I agree with that unless it's stated otherwise. Typically, they do run with the land. So if there was any stipulation for a particular part of this that were to go with the operator, that would need to be added as a condition.
Brandon, can you educate on why we would want to go that route, one route versus the other?
Typically, the staff's recommendation is to look at the use in general, not necessarily based on the particular operator. If there are conditions, even if it's something they're committing to now, if it's something that you want to make sure that they provide into the future regardless of ownership, that's something you would typically make as a condition. If you feel that all the conditions have been captured, even if there were to be a new owner in 5, 10, 15 years, what's been drafted or amended is sufficient. But if you feel that there is something that really ties it to a particular operator that you would need to reassess, for example, what we've done with prior conditional uses for lodging development is that we would bring them back for one very particular criteria, that any future operator can prove that they can continue to operate the facility. So that could be one option, but we would have to specify exactly to what extent it's tied to an operator.
Would those situations be covered under periodic review, as we surmised earlier?
You could do that, yeah.
So we have kind of a...
You could call for periodic review if you have a change in operator and the management is not meeting the criteria or is somehow inferior to what we have now.
But as I understand it, periodic review allows us generally, that's just at the discretion of the commission or the city.
Yes, it is. If you were to get complaints about a new owner or operator, you could call out for periodic review.
Okay. Commissioner Marin, I think you were...
Yes. I would like to make a motion to approve Resolution 2026-10, the conditional use permit number 25127, 9555 Blind Pass Road and adjacent submerged land.
Second.
Commissioner Causey?
Yes.
Commissioner Maldonado?
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
Mayor Tate?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And I believe there's a companion variance, or is that already included with?
You could make
Nope, have to do that separate. So I'll make a motion to approve variance number 26046, 9555 Blind Pass Road and adjacent submerged land.
Second?
Commissioner Maldonado,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Causey,
Yes.
Mayor Tate.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good luck with your venture. Okay, I believe we have one more action item.
Resolution 2026-11.
Excuse me, please. Please. Please just be quiet, please, as you head out. Thank you.
This is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, amending the city's comprehensive parking fee
Excuse me, Ralph.
schedule.
Excuse me.
Okay, I can go away.
Please take your conversations outside. Thank you.
I think we need to close the door. Somebody holding it open?
I think so, yeah.
Almost there, Devin.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay. This is Resolution 2026-11, amending the parking fee schedule to include electrical vehicle charging fees of the city of, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, amending the city's comprehensive parking fee schedule to include electric vehicle charging fees, providing for an updated Exhibit A, providing for repeal of conflicting provisions, and providing for an effective date.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Devin Schmidt, Finance Director. Just taking you through this evening our electric vehicle charging station fees. The initiative falls under our broader strategic roadmap under operational excellence. So the current state as of today, we have 4 EV charging stations installed across city locations at the community center as well as the library and Paso Girl. Currently, these charging stations are available to the public at no cost, which means the city is absorbing all electricity, maintenance expenses, and replacement. It's not financially sustainable for the long term, and we're recommending that we transition to a fee-based model that covers not only our operational costs, but also our cost for maintenance and replacement of the charging stations. So we did some analysis. We calculated the cost of electricity by looking at the actual usage of data for our charging stations. For the community center, we took the combined cost of both chargers and operating over 8 months and averaged that to get a monthly figure. For the library, the charger was only operational for 3 months, so we used that shorter window to estimate the annual average. When we total everything up, the cost of electricity for all of the charging stations over the 12 months period comes to around $7,838. In terms of energy consumed, it's approximately 30,797 kilowatt hours across the 4 chargers. It's worth noting that the library charger was only operational from March 2025 through February of 25. And the community center charger was only running for 8 out of those 12 months. So those numbers are actually representative of a conservative estimate that we were looking at. So when we're looking at our total cost, this slide breaks down the total annual cost to operate the EV charging program. So as you can see, the average yearly cost includes both direct electricity expenses and the service fee we pay for our charging network provider, ChargeUp. Combined, we're looking at a total operational cost of approximately $11,500 and $79 per year. So the real and the recurring expenses that only grow as usage increases. Implementing a fee structure now would ensure that we're able to get ahead of any rising costs and also have a self-sustaining program moving forward. So here's the proposed EV charging rates for the city. We're recommending a tiered approach pricing structure designed to be fair and encourage turnover at the stations. For the first 4 hours of charging, we propose a rate of 47 cents per kilowatt hour. This is competitive with our other public charging networks in the region. After 4 hours, the rate would increase to 94 cents per kilowatt hour, and the purpose of this higher rate is to discourage vehicles from occupying a charging station longer than necessary. So we want to make sure that the charging stations remain available throughout the day for many of the users. This dual rate approach gives us the ability for everyday EV chargers with also the practical need to keep those parking spaces turning. In addition, the fee structure that we're proposing for parking limitations would ensure proper use of the charging station. So first, any non-electric vehicles parked in a designated EV charging spot would be subject to ticket or potential towing. These spaces need to remain available for their intended purpose. And second, electric vehicles that are plugged in but not actively charging, meaning there's no activity registering on the meter, those would also be ticketed. And the reason for the rate increase after the 4 hours, again, as I mentioned, is for our enforcement measures so we can keep the turnover moving at these spaces. So to support enforcement and transparency for the users of these stations, we would have signage at each location. The signage would clearly display the cost per kilowatt hour meter rates so that the drivers know exactly what they'll be charged. It also include any information about parking enforcement policies, specifically any consequences for non-EV vehicles occupying a charging space for electric vehicles that are plugged in longer but no longer actively charging. This is important because we want to set those clear expectations up front. And so finally, as we're looking at some of our revenue forecasts, so based on our proposed rate and the projected uses, we estimate the total annual revenue of approximately $17,253. This breaks down to about $11,696 from the standard rate charging for 4 hours and $5,557 for the higher rate applied after the 4 hours. On the expense side, we're projecting the $3,741 for charge-up service fees and the $7,830 for electricity, bringing our total expenditures to approximately $11,579. That leaves us of a net surplus of around $5,674, which would go directly towards our maintenance and future infrastructure improvements.
We're going to extend your time.
Okay, thank you. This is my last slide. I know it's late. So anyway, we have had to replace these in the past, which was around $6,000. So we would be bringing in enough revenue to do a replacement on those if needed. So with that, I'll take any questions.
The replacement is $6,000 each?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Just to be clear.
And we don't have to replace those every year. It
the
was
lifespan?
Gosh, I would have to ask Camden what the lifespan was on that, but we had to replace some with the storms. But I think typically the lifespan is...
Did we replace any prior to the storms? Okay. And we've had them since Freebie 2019?
I believe so.
Because I think we kind of put those in for that and us with the fleet, right?
Mm.
Okay.
Okay. Other questions of the commissioners? Okay. I have a few of them, please. These spots are 24/7, 365 reserved for EVs, right?
Correct.
Okay. Can I ask, literally the slide I'm looking at, when I read it, I just assumed it was a clerical error, but I could be wrong, and that's why I want to clarify. When you say kilowatt hours greater than 4 at 47 cents, I assume it's less than 4 hours at 47 cents, or am I missing what the 4 implies?
No, you're right. That's a clerical.
Okay, and then the one below it is great. So the one
Yes,
above it is less than, and the one above it is greater than.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, no, I just want to make sure I didn't want to misinterpret it.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. You mentioned the cost to replace was, I think you said $6,000 to replace one of these units. Can they be repaired?
I believe they can. I think Adam's coming up here.
All right.
He knows a little bit more about parking than I do.
I hate to-
I'm on the rate side of things.
I hate to think that
so-
they're like, whatever it is, that the things you used to repair that you just throw away now and buy a new one, like a washing machine or something like that.
That $6,000 was actually repairs from the hurricane, so it wasn't one particular unit. We had a couple that were damaged from floodwater, so with that $6,000, we were able to restore all of them back to use. So
Okay.
that's not an individual replacement.
Including repairing several, I think I read through the packet, that were already down.
Yes, that's what that $6,000.
All right. So theoretically, the ongoing maintenance per machine is less than $6,000.
For sure, yeah. So prior to the hurricane, we didn't really have any issues. I'll tell you, when these were implemented, in fact, if you search on our website, you'd find that we actually do charge, although we don't charge. So it actually got put on our website. It never got implemented. So certainly I think this was the plan to do eventually. And then, you know, as Devin showed, we're trying to, you know, basically have a amount of money that we can utilize should we need to repair them in the future. But again, we're looking at this similar to all of our parking fees, that they're a little bit more flexible. So if we find a need to, you know, save more money for future repairs or replacements, like you mentioned, certainly we'd bring that back to you to make sure we're not expending tax money on this.
Thank you. One more question, not sure for who. So with, for example, the freebie, right? I know that they're electric vehicle. Are they using these particular spots, or they have their own separate dedicated spots?
They have their own spots down at the Warren Webster building that they're utilizing.
And depending upon the long-term future of them or another vendor possibly to provide services that may or may not need. So hypothetically, another vendor comes in, they've got electric spots available to them if they choose. Alternatively, that theoretically frees up electric spots to be used in these situations, or what would the city do in those situations with the, and maybe that can be handled under a different topic of our long-term microtransit, but I'm just trying to tie it all together, right?
No, it's a great question. Theoretically, yes, it would open up some spots on Warren Webster. I'll tell you, Freebie's plan was actually to install new chargers at City Hall and move their operations to City Hall. With their contract coming towards expiration and we bringing it back to you all for consideration, I didn't think it was a good idea for them to invest in that infrastructure at our City Hall complex until we made a decision on the future. So certainly they do have plans to upgrade their infrastructure, which would in turn likely free up some infrastructure in other areas of the city. So that's a good point.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson.
Devin, what is the high and low rates averaging for kilowatts per hour? Are we just looking at our electric bill?
So we got the data from ChargeUp, so that we would know exactly. So that's how we estimated that on average they're spending about an hour and 47 minutes charging. And so when we were looking at that, that's where we came up with our recommendation around 4 hours to do the 47 cents and then 94 cents, and looking at some comparison communities.
What are other communities charging for their charging services per hour?
So this is right in line with some of the other communities that we looked at. I'd have to get you the data on what those were. One of my staff members looked at that. And I don't know if Adam recalls off the top of your head.
I don't. I know we looked at a range. These are a little bit challenging because when you look at a lot of charging stations, sometimes they're based on demand. So, for example, if there's 2 chargers, if both of them are full, it may charge more per kilowatt hour than if there was only one. So a lot of them are demand based. So it's really hard to kind of find that exact number. I would tell you, we look to make sure that we weren't overpricing it, but at the same time, we are trying to make sure that we save enough money so that we can repair the infrastructure if we need. And again, we're not using ad valorem tax money to support this program.
Copy. Thank you. I just don't have an EV, so I don't have any idea.
My wife has one, so I'm a little bit familiar with it.
Commissioner Maldonado.
Is insurance covered in the ChargeUp yearly current cost that we're absorbing, the $3,741 for repairs?
Are you saying do we pay insurance costs for these?
Yeah, do we pay, or is that included in the Nova charge?
For our separate property and casualty, these are not covered, so I would have to check to see if we pay ChargeUp additional. I don't believe so, because I know they didn't replace
They
them
didn't volunteer
during
to.
Yeah, certainly didn't volunteer to. I'm sure we did.
Sure.
I've pushed insurance pretty hard on everything, so I'm sure we looked into that.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion?
Well, even before that, I just want to, you're good, thank you, Deb, to publicly thank, no, I'd like to publicly thank and acknowledge Rich Lawrenson, who brought this to my attention over a year ago, and the city manager for just being open and receiving that from a resident now. So it's about time that we had this discussion, so thank you for bringing it to the forum.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 2026-11.
Second.
Commissioner Marriott?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Causey?
Yes.
Commissioner Maldonado?
Yes.
And Mayor Tate?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Thank you. I believe we've got items for discussion. And unless there's a late addition, I think our topic was code enforcement.
Yes. I've brought this up quite a few times, and I just want to bring it again because it keeps coming back to me. I keep getting calls, I keep getting emails, things to that effect that I don't know if the rest of you get. And I have the concerns with that, especially being we're doing CUPs for outdoor live music, and it just seems that something that could be simple doesn't actually happen as well as we would like. As far as the data that we're getting, I have concerns that the data that we're getting is just not really accurate on what we're saying as far as violations or non-violations, whether they were over the limit, whether they weren't from a decibel meter count, because there's not really always decibel meter counts. We've got maybe 60% of them being done, but we're using the data of it as it is being done and saying that, I mean, I don't care if it's the residents that are wrong or if it's the business that's wrong. I just want the data to support which way this is going. And if we don't have either officers or code enforcement on staff actually doing what our procedures are, what our SOP is, meaning somebody calls up and they voice a complaint, they give their address, the whole bit, and the officer doesn't go to their house to do a meter reading. He goes to the business and just tells them to turn it down. Therefore, there's no registration of whether they were compliant or non-compliant. There's no history of anything, and nothing happens. And that is an actual complaint that never gets logged, one way or the other, whether it was compliant or non-compliant, because there's no reading on it. I've also been involved with the fact that I've got sheriff's officers that say they don't know how to read the meter or use a meter. And we have nobody from our own code enforcement on staff to be on call. I work in a business where we have people on call all the time. I mean, minimally, you have people on call to be able to guide them through on how to operate or use it or where it is or any of that. And I just have concerns that we're going to continue to get more and more, which we are. Tonight was a perfect example of outdoor music requests becoming outdoor venues, and we need to make sure that we have this tool, or what we're saying as far as what our code is, that we have some sort of process down that we're following. And not just haphazardly. I just don't want businesses to get blamed if they're not at fault, and I don't want residents to get blamed if they're not at fault. And the only way to prove that is to actually have real and accurate data, records. And I don't see us getting that, because I've been involved in one too many that have had no records of them.
Can I clarify, are you specifically talking about noise enforcement or all enforcement?
I'm talking noise enforcement primarily.
Okay.
So that begs to ask the question is, do we put or have a code enforcement officer after hours? And do we charge for that service? For folks getting CUPs, or is it in the fee of if there is a fine levied, that goes to the bucket of covering the expense of having somebody on staff? And again, I'll go back to minimally having somebody on call, a phone call away. I've worked in many businesses that we've had 24-hour.
What are the hours that our code enforcement covers?
They vary. So
Let's talk noise specifically. I guess that's the topic right now, just to be clear.
yeah, so again, there are times when, we bring them in again, our code enforcement staff is 3 members and a manager. So it's not, we don't really have a robust code enforcement staff. We do utilize the support of our sheriff deputy partners as well. But so it's hard to answer that question exactly. Typically, they're here till 6, 7 o'clock at night. But there are times when we do special enforcement when they're here on Thursday nights or Friday nights or things of that nature. We're coming into turtle season, so they're here after dark a lot more often during turtle season because they're evaluating that. So just to answer some of your questions, I'm happy to address any that you'd like me to address. As far as the noise meters, so again, we do utilize the Pinellas County Sheriff's Department after hours. They've been fantastic partners in this. Pretty much every time we bring another concern to them, they do figure out a way to address those. And also, they've been doing a lot of proactive work for us as well, where we've been going out. They'll go out with us and meet neighbors that have had issues. And again, they'll do basically a two-week kind of canvas of an area, and they'll go out and they'll do decibel readings just to see what they are. I'll tell you, decibel readings are a little bit complicated for, we talked about substantiated claims in that CUP. That's very challenging from a noise perspective because you have to have a reading of what it is without the music, right? So is the decibel reading 20 before they started the music? So, I look at it very similar to the beach ordinance that we talked about. Things that are obvious, they can address. Things that are kind of on the cusp, they typically, aren't going to do a citation. However, they do look for compliance, right? So that is why a lot of times they go to the business and say, hey, it's 42 on the decibel reader, but we're getting multiple complaints. Would you mind turning it down? Things like that. So they do utilize that a lot from a compliance perspective, just to try to make everybody happy, right? So, a couple things. I did look at a couple of those ones that I know Commissioner Robinson and I talked about. There's some one-offs. There's a lot going on, especially during spring break. Our noise, complaints obviously go up significantly. I'll tell you, a majority of them are not typically music related. They're loud cars. They're people doing construction late at night, things like that. It's a pretty wide variety, but when it's that busy, the sheriff deputies a lot of times are getting pulled in from other areas that they may not be familiar with the fact that we do have a device here that they can pick up and utilize. Sometimes it's just a priority basis where a noise call comes in. One that I'm thinking of, we had a vehicle crash out on the boulevard that someone fled. All the sheriff deputies were looking for that individual. A noise complaint comes in. By the time they get to it, it's after 10 o'clock, the music's off, so the complaint's done, right? So there's a lot of one-offs involved with this as well, but it's something we can look at. As far as if we can put someone on call, there's obviously budget concerns with that, so that's something that we need to address, like, maybe through the budget process. As far as can the fines supplement the code enforcement, in a perfect world, our fines would be 0 every year, right? Because we wouldn't have any noise complaints. We wouldn't have any code enforcement issues. Compliance is our #1 goal. We don't really look at it as a revenue stream. I will tell you from a CUP perspective, what you all did tonight with the sound governor, I wish every business had that because it would make our lives a lot easier. So I'm very appreciative for you all and for the owner to do that, because I think that will certainly keep down the issues that we'll deal with. So, I think that's our best course of action to try to manage this. But I'm happy to answer anything else that you have. Hopefully I answered some of your questions.
I think it's open dialogue.
Yeah, for Commissioner Robinson. So I've had 4 noise complaints voiced to me in the last 4 weeks from 1, 2, 3, I guess 3 businesses or condominiums. Yeah. So, and now it's my understanding that our deputies have the sound meter in the vehicle always. And I understand what you're saying if it's someone who's come in who's not normal, like an extra hand that shows up. But maybe, why would one of the vehicles that has a sound meter always respond to a a noise complaint?
So I don't know of any deputy vehicles that have those in them. They actually use ours. So we have one that's available 24 hours. I reached out to them and would it be beneficial if I bought them a second one and kept it in the office? The deputies that are familiar with it all know where it's at. They're able to get it. They were going to do a little bit more communication because, like I said, sometimes deputies come in from out of the area, but they were going to add some notes to ensure that they know where that device is and the ability to get it, to utilize it. So that's what they utilize out here is actually our equipment.
So if there's a noise complaint, we would always expect them to come here, get the device, go measure the sound. And
So again, noise complaints are very, it's wide, right? So, music-based ones, typically that is their procedure is they come and get that because they're going to take a decibel reading. Obviously we have a limit on that. So
well, I'm just thinking about music because that's the only complaints I've gotten.
Music, it would be my expectation that they would utilize it for music.
Is there a way to have the data that recorded? Does that happen at all?
So we could look at the reports. Like I said, some reports I've looked at have it, when they've done it. Again, and I'm happy to share all the proactive enforcement that the PCSO has done for us. And they do track all the decibel readings. I mean, they're fantastic. They track the notes if there was a band playing, if there wasn't a band playing, what they did. So, I'm happy to share all that. I probably have shared all that data with you, but I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, it's just new to me, and I'm trying to get up to speed. So, yeah, there's 3 property owners complaining about 2 other businesses, kind of in the same region.
Sure. And what I tell all the business owners, all the residents, if you have an issue with noise, the only way to track it is to call that number, call the non-emergency number of PCSO, get it recorded, get a deputy out there. As far as going to make contact, when the call taker takes the call, they will ask the caller if they would like a deputy to make contact with them. If they say yes, then the deputy will make contact with them. A lot of times they say no because they don't want to be seen as the person that made the complaint. So in that case, the deputy would not make contact with that caller.
If I may, it is 10 o'clock and we will need a motion to continue.
Well, I don't have any further questions on that.
I'll make a motion to continue till a quarter after.
I second.
Vice Mayor Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Causey,
Yes.
Commissioner Maldonado,
Yes.
Commissioner Marriott,
No.
Mayor Tate.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay. I don't know if we've closed that out. I don't know if there's a next steps. I'll say this. I know you presented me some data recently. And so my understanding is that when the officers go out there, they do collect data, they do take pretty good notes, as you alluded to, and that data is available for us to analyze and determine if we need to take additional action beyond that. And I think that would be upon us to contemplate if we want to do that going forward, but I know the data's there. And so I think that's sufficient for me at this time until we analyze the data and figure out there's a problem to be solved.
Yeah, as long as the data is there, I think that's good.
The problem I'm having is the data is not accurate. It doesn't accurately reflect what's going on.
So that would be why. Why is that? Good question.
Yeah, are you suggesting that the process isn't being followed, or?
Yes,
Okay,
that's
fair
exactly
enough.
what
So then I think we can,
Yep.
just, I don't know if we can just
Follow the process.
verify that we're following the process, right? If not, then let's tell us why. And I don't know without the data, I don't know without these incidents, I don't know that there's something we can solve right here. I agree with you. If there's a concern, we should have the discussion, and we should analyze it with city staff and figure out if there's something that we need to revisit. Are we following our process? Do we have all the right processes in place? Is the data accurate, sufficient enough for us to make adjustments to it?
We could also do that in the context of the budget, as Assistant City Manager suggested. So maybe we look at what that looks like and whether you want to put more resources towards this. And then second, I think we've been very effective in, let me say we've been effective in some cases where if you share with us the business that you're having an issue with, staff will work with that business and we have been able to get them in compliance. So versus waiting and having frustration build, if you can get us the specific businesses that anyone's having, an issue with, that would be helpful.
Okay. Given the interest of time, I'd like to see if we have any city clerk reports, please.
Yes, just very briefly, I am still seeking applications for vacancies on the Board of Adjustment and the Police Pension Board.
Thank you very much. City Manager, please.
Going to shorten my report. Just a brief reminder, turtle nesting season starts May 1st. Code enforcement will be proactively out there before May 1st to find out. They'll be doing basically an audit to see if there's compliance, and then doing outreach to help people get compliant, and then they'll be back out during turtle season issuing citations. So our goal is to come out proactive, and then once turtle season hits, we go reactive. So if you can help any of our beachfront properties get in compliance with turtle lighting. And just a reminder to those visiting us, if you can remove chairs, umbrellas, sand buckets, toys, all those things after you use the beach, that would be helpful for our preservation efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney?
I'd just like to introduce Chloe Berryman, who's here today from the Vose Law Firm. Some of you have not met her yet. She sits with the Historic Preservation Board and on occasion Board of Adjustment and Planning Board. And she'll be here on May 12th to help you with a periodic review of a conditional use. And she wanted to sit through this one and see how the conditional use process was handled here at council.
Thank you and welcome.
Nice to meet all of you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Maldonado.
Nothing for the group.
Wow. Commissioner Causey.
I've got nothing to add.
Okay. Commissioner Robinson.
Just want to remind everybody at the library that they do a tech help by appointment on Saturdays, and on Mondays there's walk-ins, and it's a great service to take them up on.
Thank you. Commissioner Marriott.
Nothing to report.
Okay, so for me, just a matter of policy, I do get emails, I do get comments from the community, and I want to make sure, just at least my policy going forward is to make sure that each of the commissioners are involved in those dialogues. I don't want to be trying to solve something that maybe you're already aware of and solving. So generally when I get an email, I will make sure that I forward it and just acknowledge the relevant district commissioner and also city staff that I think is most important. Many times, Francis, it goes to you. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that I'm trying to make sure that there's nothing that I'm seeing that the commissioners themselves aren't seeing that are relevant to that district. And at least we've got transparency all the way through the process. Separately, I'm spending a lot of my available time looking at other communities. So I'm meeting with the mayors in the other communities north of us and south of us and inland of us, and just trying to build some of those opportunities for looking for improvements between our city and how we can share best practices. So I'm looking beyond our city in those avenues as well. So I will continue to keep everybody informed as we progress in those areas. Thank you. That was it for me. With that, I believe we are officially adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
8 minutes are